All right, good evening. I'm going to call to order the regular meeting of the City Council for August 12th, 2025. Please call the roll.
Councilmember Adler.
Here.
Councilmember Juliana.
Present.
Councilmember Rubio.
Here.
Vice Mayor Veros.
Here.
Mayor Armstrong.
Here. All right, please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, thank you. Please be seated. Next item, please.
Item 3, announcements. 3.1, changes and additions to the agenda that we have none this evening. Item 3.2, if you'd like to speak under public comment, please complete a speaker card located in the back of the room and bring it forward. Item 4, public comment.
Okay, public comment is open. At this time, the public is permitted to address the city council on any non-agenda item related to the business of the city council or items that are on the consent calendar, including requests to pull an item from the consent calendar and the reason why you wish to pull the item or items. Please note that the decision to remove the item from the consent calendar is strictly at the discretion of the city council. You may speak on requests for future agenda items or also on special presentation items under section 6 of tonight's agenda, of which we do have one. You may speak on items that are not on the agenda, but are within the city council's jurisdiction. Please be reminded that while the city ensures the First Amendment rights of its citizens, we do not accept nor endorse any offensive or hateful comments made during our meetings. The city celebrates the diversity of our community, and we strive to be a welcoming and open community for all. If you wish to speak under public comment or regarding an item, please fill out a speaker card located in the back of the room and submit it to the city clerk. And while we encourage your comments, unfortunately, state law prevents the city council from discussing items that are not on the meeting agenda. The city council does take them very seriously, however, and if appropriate, staff will follow up. Do we have any speaker cards?
I do have one speaker card for this item from Rick Jarrett.
Okay, Rick. All right, Rick, and we generally allow 3 minutes for public comment.
Thank you. Good evening. I had two items I wanted to talk about. The first one was, seems like a trivial thing, but leaf blowers, the gasoline powered leaf blowers. I brought this up maybe 4 or 5 years ago at this council about banning them here in San Ramon. I understand Piedmont and Palo Alto have banned them. The response, I think, from someone at the time was that the state of California was going to ban the sale of gasoline powered leaf blowers. And I think that occurred either last January or a year ago, January. In our neighborhood, virtually everyone has a Gardner. They're all using gasoline powered units, sprayers, or not sprayers, but blowers. And they can get them elsewhere, even though California supposedly doesn't sell them. But I looked at Home Depot on the internet, and they had 9 in stock down here in Pleasanton. I called the store. They said, well, they don't sell them in California, but you can buy them on the internet. Okay, so they're still getting them. And I'm sure you could probably drive to Reno on a weekend and buy one also. So I'm just thinking, I'm home all the time because I'm retired, but the noise is horrendous. I mean, you've probably experienced it. The second item is Highway 680. Let's say between Danville and the south side of San Ramon, the road is falling apart. If you've traveled around the country, interstates in most states are nice and smooth and nice riding. This here is like an old farm trail, the potholes and so on. So I'm thinking, can the city look into it a little bit, maybe write a letter to Caltrans or to whoever makes sense to send a letter to, so that maybe San Ramon is being overlooked for some reason. I don't know. That's basically what I wanted to communicate.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, Rick. All right. Other speakers?
That was the only speaker card for this item,
Any written comment for this item?
not for this item.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you for that. I'm going to close public comment and we are going to move on to item 5, the consent calendar. There's some good things in the consent calendar this time, but does any council member wish to pull an item? Okay, seeing none. Do I have a motion?
I move the motion.
I will second that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. And the motion is adopted 5-0. All right. Well, we will move on to item 6, special presentation. This is a proclamation recognizing Debbie Chamberlain for her 25 years of service with the city of San Ramon. So can I ask Debbie to come forward? And feel free to bring anyone you want. Dave is coming. All right, we have here we go. We got him.
Here tonight.
All right, sure. All right, well, we've got a proclamation of the City Council of the City of San Ramon recognizing Debbie Chamberlain for 25 years of dedicated service to the City of San Ramon. Whereas Debbie Chamberlain was hired by the City of San Ramon on October 10th, 2000 as a senior planner in the Planning Services Department, promoted to program manager in December 2004, reclassed to a division manager in July 2005, and on July 24th, 2017, Debbie was promoted to Community Development Director, serving in that capacity until her retirement. And whereas under Debbie's visionary leadership, the City of San Ramon adopted numerous landmark planning initiatives, including the voter-approved general plans for 2020, 2030, 2035, and 2040, as well as housing elements spanning 2004 to 2031. And whereas Debbie guided the city's first climate action plan in 2011 and its update in 2025, led the comprehensive zoning ordinance update in 2006, and championed the inclusionary housing ordinance in 2019. And whereas she oversaw the adoption of key specific plans, Crow Canyon, San Ramon Village, Northwest, North Camino Ramon, and the West Side update, and facilitated the annexation and development of 11,000 homes in Doherty Valley. And whereas through collaboration with Contra Costa County, Debbie ensured Doherty Valley's parks and public facilities reflect San Ramon's high standards. And whereas she spearheaded transformative projects, including the City Center Mixed-Use Project, City Walk Master Plan, Walking District Guidelines, and numerous commercial and residential developments. And whereas Debbie launched the Business Concierge Program, established the Centralized Permit Center, and led the planning and construction of the new City Hall at 7,000 Bollinger Canyon Road. And whereas she founded the Community Planning Academy to educate residents, implemented the city's online permitting system, modernized software platforms, and digitized project records. And whereas Debbie is a graduate and former board member of Leadership San Ramon Valley and has served in leadership roles with the League of California Cities and the Housing, Community, and Economic Development Policy Committee. And whereas she fostered a culture of exceptional customer service, built strong relationships across the community, and mentored staff to support their professional growth. And whereas under her guidance, the Community Development Department consistently met goals and priorities of the City Council and Planning Commission. Now therefore be it resolved, the City Council of the City of San Ramon commends Debbie Chamberlain for her dedication and commitment to the City of San Ramon, implementation of sound community planning practices, enhancement of the city's economic environment, and contribution to the quality of life to the citizens of San Ramon, and wishes her well in retirement. Dated 12 August 2025, and I've signed that. So congratulations, Debbie. Let's give her a hand. I'm going to leave that for, we got a sign to present as well. And I'm going to ask City Council to come on down and we'll get a picture with everybody. So. And hold it together, maybe. Right here? Okay.
We're gonna be uneven.
Hey, thank you. Congrats, Debbie. Got it. Congratulations. And the floor is yours.
Oh,
Don't go too far because we all got something to say.
I can't just run and hide. I'm here for the night, so you know. There's gonna be imbalance. Well, that was quite the proclamation. Proclamation, my gosh, can't talk. Thank you to my staff for putting that together. I do appreciate it. It's been a journey, and I began my career at the county back in 2000, working on a small 11,000 unit project up the hill that we all probably have known, come to love as Doherty Valley. And when I started, I had no idea where that journey would lead me to today. What I didn't know even then is what I wanted to make a difference. And along the way, I was fortunate to have many mentors in my early career with Dennis Barry and Dan Curtin, to Herb, Bill, and Joe, to name a few. And of course, too many friends and colleagues to count who supported me through all the twists and turns of this amazing career. I'm especially thankful for the opportunity to serve the residents of San Ramon for 25 years. It was truly a pleasure to work here. And alongside such dedicated staff and passionate colleagues, together we strive to enhance the quality of life in San Ramon. I'm incredibly proud of all the work that we've accomplished, and it takes a team. And while I'm up here tonight, it was everyone behind me who got me here tonight, and the staff is the one who deserves all the thank yous and the kudos for the amazing work that we were able to do. Leading my team has been the most amazing and rewarding experience of my career. I leave with full confidence that the work we've done and will continue to do will keep San Ramon thriving as a truly special place to live and work. They made my job so much easier with their professionalism, hard work, and the dedication to the city. I was very fortunate to live and work and raise my boys in such an amazing community that has so much to offer, and the friends we've made. And I'd be remiss if I didn't thank my husband for his unwavering love and support, especially all through the late nights, and now for interrupting his Tuesday nights viewing the Curse of Oak Island. Sorry, darling. And they say, it's not the work you'll miss, but the family. And that's Abram Wilson in my head, always this thing was family. You made along the way. Fortunately, and depending on how we're playing, I still have my golf buddies on the weekends and the weekdays. While my husband may not be excited to have me home full time and dreaming up projects for us to do, we're looking forward to traveling and spending time with our 5 grandkids who all live across the country, and hoping the parents feel the same way too. Thank you for the incredible journey, and I'm deeply grateful, and I'll carry these memories with me always. Thank you so very much.
Oh, thank you. All right. Who would like to offer some words? Richard?
I'm really glad that we extended our affection for all that you've done. I am jealous because I've been retired 10 years and I still don't have any grandchildren. So I give you credit for that, your kids. But I think I've said before, when you try to learn about the city, maybe people out in the audience and they wanted to kind of get a handle on different committees and when I was with Senior Advisory Committee, I would look at, parks, and I would see you there giving the Parks Committee, information to help them do a better job. And that's just an example of what you've been doing for 20 years, helping other people understand what to do with, how to govern the city effectively. And so I appreciate you being here. We've lost a couple really solid people recently, but I know others will step up, but still we'll miss you. And I look forward to seeing you around at any rate. Thank you.
Hey, Debbie, I want to say thank you so much. And it's not right for me to be up here to thank you because I don't have the wonderful history that a lot of the members here do, but thank you for, just as a citizen of San Ramon. Thank you, because I recognize the hard work you've done and you put in with you and your staff, and the leadership quality that it comes out of you and trickles down to the staff, and the teamwork that you guys have worked on together really is something world class. And so thank you so much. And I know if Scott Perkins were here and the other prior council members were here, they share the same sentiment as well. So thank you, congratulations, and Curse of Oak Island is a great show. You'll like it.
Thank you. Debbie, what can I say? I think you were the first staff person I talked to when I started. And, it's just so hard to imagine not having you here because you are such a wealth of knowledge, historically, contextually, in every way.
But I know with the thoroughness that you've always exercised, that you've certainly made sure we have a bench of people who can follow and fill in your absence. And all I can say is thank you for helping us to create a beautiful city that we can all enjoy today. And, I wish you all the best in your retirement. Enjoy that time with your family. And don't be a stranger totally. Every so often, come back and say hi. Thank you.
All right, Vice Mayor Rose, Sridhar.
Debbie, congratulations on your retirement. Thank you for all your great services for our city. And from east to west and north to south of San Ramon, you have every part of San Ramon, you have your DNA in this. So, and it's great to work with you while in the commission, and while I was in the Parks Commission, as well as all these years in the council. The first time when I planned to run for elections, the first person I took appointment from is you. So thanks, appreciate all your coaching at that time. So I could able to get grasp on what's going on within our city. And as proclamation clearly mentioned, how valuable is your mentorship for our city, so that we can continue with that leadership for our future community build that you started as part of your career. So appreciate all your great work once again, and wish you all the best for your future endeavors. Thank you.
And I also thank you, Debbie. You've done a fantastic job, and you've brought me up to speed on so many different issues over the years. That proclamation kind of said it all. Wow. I mean, 25 years of service to the city, and you take a special interest because you're a resident of the city as well. So we know you always had the best interests of the city at heart. And, some of our biggest issues that we face and talk about, like many of the issues we'll talk about tonight, land use issues, those are often the most that falls under community development. And you and your team have spearheaded that and gotten us through a lot of difficult, challenging times, to include the pandemic and everything else, and didn't miss a beat. So thank you for that. And we wish you the best, you and your family, the best in retirement as you travel and as you enjoy the grandkids and get out there on the golf course too. So thank you, Debbie.
Thank you very much.
Mayor, a couple comments from the peanut gallery
Oh,
over
sure.
here, if you would.
Peanut
Yes.
gallery.
Yeah. So Debbie, I did want to mention, community development doesn't have the sirens or the soccer balls or the streets, the things that get attention all the time in the city. I don't believe that people truly understand the impact that you've had to this community. When you started, we were probably around 40,000 in population, and now we're pushing 90-ish probably. The amount of work that you personally had, that you've accomplished in that department over that period is truly impressive. And it's been, I know for a fact, becoming more and more difficult throughout the years. And people they have a tendency to take it out on the messenger, even though, it's state laws and all the restrictions. And you have handled it far better than I've seen anyone else. The struggles, some of the frustrations, every interaction that I've ever had with you has been very pleasant and very professional. And facing the growth that we've seen in this community, I just wanted to make sure that everybody was fully aware that the impact that you had on the community, and such a great job. It was a pleasure to work with you. I hope we see you during public comment sometimes as a resident. That would be great. You have your 3 minutes.
No.
Maybe a bonus minute. No,
No.
not at all.
Nope.
We would love your opinion. So anytime you have an issue or want to come back and speak, feel free. I'm sure you will every meeting, right? You'll miss us, but thank you.
Corner calling.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you.
Debbie, just a couple of words after 30+ years of working together. For those of you that don't know, I've been here for about 8 years and have enjoyed working with Debbie, but our professional relationship goes back to the 90s when both of us worked for Contra Costa County, I as an engineer and she as a planner. And one day my boss came to me and said, get out from behind that desk. You're going to start working with the planners now. And I said, what's a planner? Because I really didn't
did.
have any a concept of what community development was all about. And so Debbie was my entry into that discipline. And I realized that you could have an interest in the sort of the day-to-day development of a community. And Debbie demonstrated to me that you could actually have a passion for it. And I'm eternally grateful for that. And then fast forward to my time here in San Ramon, I was fortunate to work with Debbie now for the last 8 years. And I will say that after all these years, I'm going to miss your professionalism, but mostly I'm going to miss your friendship. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Deb. Let's give her a hand one more time. All right, Madam Clerk, what's the next item?
Item 7, deferred consent items. We have none. Item 8, unfinished business. 8.1, determination of planning commission applicants to interview. And I will be providing a very brief staff report. At the direction of the city council, recruitment for the planning commission vacancy was reopened from the last council meeting. The city promoted the opportunity via the city's website, social media platforms to encourage public participation. We received a total of 5 applications by the deadline. However, 1 applicant did withdraw their application this past Friday, August 8th. So this item is before you to determine which of the 4 candidates, if all, to interview this coming Thursday, August 14th.
Okay, any questions before we kind of get into the discussion, the dialogue and public comment? Any questions from staff or for council?
Sorry, who dropped out?
1 applicant, which is Satyanara
Oh.
Narayana Josti.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, then I am going to open up public comment on this item. Public comment is open. Do we have any speaker cards?
I do not have any speaker cards or written comment for this
Okay,
item.
I'm going to close public comment. All right, so the matter's before us, and so we need to discuss how we want to proceed. I think there's a couple things we got to talk about. We got to discuss, how many do we want to interview, and or which ones? Kind of that whole discussion we've had in the past about the duration for each candidate, meaning the clerk's office is going to have to set a schedule and get people here, and so we'll have to talk about things like number of questions or how long per candidate, and things like that. And I don't know that we have to finalize any discussion on a wait list. That we might be able to defer that until Thursday when we actually have the interviews. We can have some general discussion on that too if you want. But why don't we start with who do we interview and how many in this case? We have 4 to consider.
I would go with all 4 candidates to interview.
I would do that too.
Okay. There's one, a third nodding head and, okay. All right. So then I agree. I think in this case, whereas last time we selectively identified, some to interview, this time I think we'll do all 4. And I guess now the question is for us to figure out so we can make the clerk's job a little bit easier. How many questions do you each want to ask and the durations and things like that? In the past, we've talked about things like 2 minutes for an opening statement, 2 minutes for a closing statement, maybe 2 minutes for each answer, and then a little bit of time for the clerk to be able to get the next candidate into the room. And just for example, and I'm not the math person. I think you did the math last time. Somebody once told me never do math at the dais. But if we do something like that 2-minute open, 2-minute close, 2 questions each at 2 minutes, that's 10 questions or 20 minutes. So there's 24 and then an additional 2 minutes to switch people out. That's 26. So maybe 30 minutes per candidate. Does that sound about in the ballpark?
Sure.
So
that's-
Mayor, Sorry.
Yeah, I'm looking for ideas.
Yeah, before we get into the math on the minutes, I just want to check how many questions per council member would like to ask so that we can have that.
Yeah.
I have to be honest, because like there were some of you who said one question, but it was like 4 parts. And then I
Yeah.
said to myself, let's just be honest, we need more than one question. So if we just say 2 questions, we calculate that time, because what we're trying to be accurate about is the time. And so if we say 2 questions, each person, as the mayor mentioned, that would be, per question is 4 minutes.
Sorry,
4
I
times
want to
5
go
is
only for,
20.
I don't want to do
Okay.
math right now. Just
No.
I want to go only with one question.
I know, but
Okay.
nobody actually came with one question.
No. That's what, again, I
Okay.
just don't want to repeat again. Just I want to have only one question
Okay.
I understand.
for myself.
I got 2.
Okay.
I got 2.
Two.
I
Okay.
have 2.
How about
I'm happy to do one.
One.
one? How about Richard?
I'll go with one.
Okay.
1, 2, 3, 5, 7, right?
Okay.
Math is right. 7 into 14, that is 14 minutes.
Richard, you said 2 or 1?
One.
Okay, so that's 3.
14 plus 4, 18 minutes.
There won't
Per-
be multi-part, right?
It doesn't matter. So,
It does
see,
matter because it does.
even
extend
with
the
one
time.
question without any quality, what's the use, right? So,
Yeah.
Okay, I'm
I-
just trying to be accurate, that's
for
all.
me, more precise and quality question, that's what matters for me.
They're all quality questions.
So 17 minutes for opening 2 minutes, closing 2 minutes, and each question 2 minutes with total 7 questions. That will be 14. So total, we have 17. So we can round it up to 20 minutes per
20
candidate.
minutes?
Yeah. So 20 into 4, 80 minutes total interview time.
How does that work for everybody? 20 minutes per?
That's an hour and 4, it's an hour and 20 minutes.
Yeah.
20 minutes per person, and we have 4. Mhm. And let's just say, give or take, plus a minute if they're walking in. So let's just say an hour and a half, just to be safe.
Yeah. So it's actually 17 minutes per person. Then we are adding 3 minutes, just walk in, walk out and all that. So
Yeah, there'll be a little admin time in there.
yeah.
All right, before we get a motion on that, probably don't even need a motion, but before we proceed, does the clerk's office have any questions? Was that sufficient information for you to proceed?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Then
So we have the,
just to document it, can I get a motion then to interview all 4 candidates?
I will
the
move
motion.
to,
Okay.
okay, I'll let Vice Mayor Burrows go.
All right,
make
we
the
have a
initial
motion, Vice Mayor
please.
Rose, second by Councilmember Rubio. Okay, we're going to interview all 4 candidates. It's adopted there, and you have the guidance you need. Anything else?
Not for this item.
Okay, next item, please.
Item 9, new business. Item 9.1, MCE Community Choice Energy Annual Update. Introduction by Brian Bornstein, Public Works Director.
All right, good evening, Brian.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. This evening, we have MCE Clean Community Choice Energy. I had to think back. The last time they presented was 2018. When that was symbolic is because they came to San Ramon and allowed the residents to choose between MCE and PG&E. Amazingly, you'll find out later is we're over 90% MCE. So it just really makes a strong statement about San Ramon. We probably compete with anyone else in other communities, how high participation we have for cleaner energy use. So that is impressive. So they haven't been here since 2018. So we thought it'd be a good time to update you guys on the latest things going on. And if at your discretion, they can come not monthly. That'd be a little bit too much. Yearly, such as the likes of DSRC and East Bay Mud, and it's up to you. But with that said, we have 2 representatives here today. We have Sebastian Kahn, MCE Senior Community Development Manager, and Laura Worley, MC Community Development Manager. I will turn it over to them, and they can go over a lot more of the details.
Okay, thank you, Brian. And we're definitely glad to have you here tonight. We've been having a lot of our special districts come in and speak to us, our utilities and service providers, and especially a lot of this started kind of as the LA wildfires were kind of going on, gives kind of special interest in, making sure we're all ready and aware of things going on related to fire prevention and preparedness. So thank you for coming in today. I know that's not your primary focus, but we're eager to hear what you got to say.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me. Thank you, San Ramon City Council and Mayor Armstrong. My name is Laura Worley, and I'm from MCE. I'm so appreciative of you inviting us here to speak. First of all, I want to congratulate you on the Iron Horse Creek Bridge. I drove under it today, saw people running. It's quite an accomplishment. Brian sent us the video of the opening, so congrats on that. I'll see it again this weekend when I'm back for soccer tournaments, which I think San Ramon has become like the soccer tournament capital of the world, so congrats on that. Just to give you a little background, MCE is a not-for-profit public agency that has set the standard for clean energy in California since 2010 when we started. We'd like to check in with our partner cities periodically to give you an update, so that's why we're here. Okay, this slide is scary, but I'm sure you all know this. Climate change refers to long-term shifts in temperature and weather patterns driven largely by human activities like burning fossil fuels. So we're already seeing the effects. You guys have seen all of this: wildfires, heat waves, rising sea levels. And the science is clear that we need to cut greenhouse gas emissions to limit the worst impacts. So as we're thinking about how to mitigate greenhouse gas emissions, reducing emissions from electricity generation is key. According to the Environmental Protection Agency, 25% of greenhouse gas emissions nationwide are from electricity generation. But California has cut that to 16%, largely due to adoption of renewable energy like solar and wind. How did California achieve these lower emissions? A large part is due to the adoption of CCAs, which stands for Community Choice Aggregation Program. So just to give you a little history, CCAs were established in California through Assembly Bill 117 in 2002. I feel like I'm giving you a history quiz, but it's not that. I'm just giving you the background. Around that time, there were rolling blackouts, there was deregulated energy market, and so in response, AB 117 was created to allow multiple cities and counties to join together to buy energy, giving residents more choice in where their power comes from, and often cleaner and more renewable energy. And that bill was the birth of the CCA movement. MCE was the first CCA in the state of California. We launched in 2010, as I said, and due in a large part to MCE's success, there's now, I believe, 24 CCAs throughout California, so quite a lot of growth in this movement. MCA started with about 8,000 customers, and now there are over 14 million customers in California receiving their energy from a CCA, so that's 1 in 4 people, so that's quite a lot of growth. So who is MCE? MCE is a CCA, which I just told you about. And here's a map of our service area. We started in Marin, which is why our original name was Marin Clean Energy. And then we moved into Contra Costa, Napa, and Solano. We're proud to serve over 1.5 million customers now. We have 34 board members representing each of the communities we're in. And from San Ramon, your very own Vice Mayor Veros sits on our board. Thank you for that. And San Ramon joined in 2018, as Brian mentioned. So here's how the process works. MCE supplies clean energy to the grid, and then PG&E delivers it to your home using their existing poles and wires. They also maintain the infrastructure and send out bills, which has one tiny line item that says MCE electricity generation. And the key benefits of a community choice aggregation model for our customers are there's more choice in where your electricity comes from, there's greater access to renewable energy, and there's community reinvestment. Since we're a not-for-profit, we invest our earnings back into local programs and projects. And that community focus is what makes us so much more than just an energy provider. You can see even in our vision and our mission statements that community and equity is mentioned as something that we are our goals. And Sebastian and I are both part of our public affairs team. Our main role is to serve as the face, the external face of MCE in the community. So we focus on educating the public on who we are. We build partnerships with local governments and community organizations. And we ensure that the voices of our community make it back to MCE. Each year, our team fields hundreds of requests to sponsor events, local events, like senior symposiums, Earth Day celebrations, Juneteenth, Cinco de Mayo, EV car shows, you name it. So through this work, we're constantly reinvesting in and supporting our communities. And our work in community delivers real impact. So MCE has helped create over 6,400 jobs, and we've reinvested more than $358 million back into our service area. We are also reducing emissions, of course. So we've eliminated over 500,000 metric tons of carbon pollution, and I can't think in tons, so in pounds, that's 1.3 billion pounds. It's a lot. And that's like taking 100,000 cars off the road for a year. In addition, we've built 48 megawatts of new renewable energy projects right here in our communities. In particular for San Ramon, you've taken advantage of a lot of our EV programs. So MCE has installed 179 charging stations throughout San Ramon, which accounts for about 200,000 funding from MCE. We want to support people who work and live and play in San Ramon, and by making charging more accessible, we're so thrilled that you've helped create this charging infrastructure here. MCE's also given about 160,000 in EV car purchase rebates to San Ramon customers. And our final program that we have mentioned on here is our MCE Sync app that helps EV owners charge their car when the energy is cheapest and less congested, and the grid is less congested. So like we said, electricity used to be the #1 contributor to greenhouse gases in the area, but now it's transportation. So we're doing all these focus programs on EV to work on that. So here's MCE's 2024 power content label. And as you can see, MCE offers a higher percentage of renewable energy than PG&E's 23%. Our deep green service is made of 100% solar and wind, so 50-50. And beyond that, we also invest in sources like geothermal, bioenergy, and small hydro. And whenever possible, we try to procure renewable energy from local sources. And I don't know if you guys have seen the Calpine Geysers geothermal plant north of San Francisco. It's the largest geothermal complex in the world. Maybe we need a field trip. And it's going to soon power 15,000 MCE homes. It's awesome, right in our backyard. So now let's look at your energy choices. With MCE, you have a choice. Prior to joining MCE, you had just PG&E's 23% renewable option, but we have our standard light green service, which is now up to 69% renewable energy. And that's what most San Ramon residents use. And then if people want to go above and beyond and opt up to 100% deep green, we have that as an option too. Price-wise, you can see the 3 energy service options here. Each includes a breakdown of the electricity generation costs and the delivery charge. The electricity generation cost, which that little asterisk by it, is the only portion that MCE controls. So it's the smaller portion of the overall bill. The delivery costs are managed by PG&E. Typically, MCE's light green service is the most cost-effective option. For a long time, renewable energy was more expensive, but now thanks to advances in technology and because of all the CCAs in California, renewable energy pricing is competitive with traditional sources. So as you can see, MCE's 69% renewable costs about the same as PG&E's primarily non-renewable option. And our board of directors oversees our rates to ensure transparency and accountability. We haven't raised them since 2023. So it really, community choice aggregation is creating a strong market for clean energy, driving both environmental and economic benefits. This chart is just showing that MCE's been a leader in clean energy since we launched. The California state goal was to get to 60% renewable energy by 2030, but we met that goal in 2017 with 13 years ahead of time, and now we're already at 69%, so we're going above and beyond. Finally, let's look at your stats. So these are great. San Ramon has over 90% participation in MCE, and almost 6% of those are paying for the 100% deep green. Over 20% of MCE's customers in San Ramon have solar, which is higher than the county average, so pat yourselves on the back for that. And last but not least, MCE has saved customers $83 million on their electricity bills throughout our entire service area since 2010. So that is my presentation. I'm happy to answer questions you have, or go back to any charts if you want to see them.
Hey, thank you very much. Yeah, actually, maybe just go back to the last one, just for now,
Sure.
because it's San Ramon. All right, let's, thank you for the presentation. Let's see if staff has any questions at this time. Not staff, council.
Thanks for the presentation. It was great. What do you see happening in the future? What direction are you going to even be better for the environment, for instance?
You mean with like the current administration
Yeah.
changes and stuff? That's tricky. I mean, California is a rolling ball. Like, we've already created this infrastructure and it's already happening. So I don't foresee this going away. There are definitely changes happening even this year where solar projects and things like that are going to be cut. I think solar, honestly, we've created so much solar that California is actually producing more energy than it needs. And so at this time, for me personally, not totally MCE related, we need more storage, or we need, like, the geothermal complex that we just built is 24/7, that doesn't rely on the sun. It powers all hours of the day. So more projects like that might become more popular.
Where would the money for storage come from? I mean, how would that be funded?
I mean, the same way, I guess, we get all of our funding. It can be through utility. People are paying for their electricity, right? So that way, we don't use a lot of federal funding. So that's not something that we're missing out on right now. But grants, Sebastian, I don't know if you have any other thoughts on that.
Yeah, just a quick comment. Hey, Councilmember Sebastian Kahn. I wanted to say, with regard to solar funding, one thing that we're doing right now that's really innovative at MCE is funding battery storage projects at critical community facilities. You can think things like libraries, fire stations, community centers that serve as resilience centers when folks need a place to go when there's power outages or emergencies. And that is a program right now that we're extending to municipalities to take advantage of. So we do have about $1 million in funding that we are hoping to install at least one battery that can serve for resilience purposes in each of the counties that we serve throughout the Bay Area. So that's just one example of funding for batteries that is available through MCE. Thanks.
Thank you.
All right, other questions?
Go back one slide if it's okay.
Sure.
I think it's one slide, maybe. No, one more. All right, there we go. So, so it looks like it's almost like a hybrid program because you still have services from PG&E, right?
Yes, because they already owned all the infrastructure. So we took over the electricity generation and were able to do it at a cheaper rate than they were, but they are charging for the delivery and all of their maintenance and things.
Yeah, and so that's the one thing that you can't change, which is keeping the prices elevated.
Right. Yes, we try our best to do the cheapest rate we can for our customers for what we can control, which is the electricity generation.
Now, it says additional PG&E fees. Is that a fee that PG&E is charging you?
Well, yes, and our customers, because this is a tricky thing that's always confusing. They paid for all of these contracts for their energy, and when we took over a good portion of their electricity generation, they are charging us for their longevity of contracts.
Okay, because I see that it says minus $10.36 for themselves.
Yes.
Right? But then they're charging $4.14, right?
Right. Yes, there's most of it is called something called a PCIA, which is basically paying for their long-term contracts.
Yes. Okay. Thank you. And your CARE program, by the way, is the program, the 8%, is that the same affordability given by PG&E to their
It's
customers?
on top of that. I'm so glad you asked about that. So MCE's board members have agreed to extend additional funding on top of what the CARES program is actually a statewide program, and then PG&E administers it, but MCE gives extra discount on top of that. I think it's $25 per month.
Nice.
So we try to do as much marketing as we can to reach all the low-income customers that we can so they know about it and they can take advantage of it.
Yes. Great. And you guys have the same kind of sort of model in terms of peak hours, non-peak hours, and those kind of things and seasons?
Yeah, I mean, we're charged like basically try to use the least amount of electricity you can between 4 and 9 p.m. That's the big rule across California and probably most states.
Great. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you, everyone. Anyone else?
Robert?
Thank you. Thank you so much. I'm an alternate on MCE, so I
Recognize
yeah.
your name.
So I attended the first meeting, I think was back in February, I believe. So MCE, for the folks at home, MCE is not, you mentioned they don't have the infrastructure to deliver electricity. MCE is really involved in providing cleaner energy, an alternative source of energy.
Right.
So if PG&E, the infrastructure goes down, there's no electricity, obviously nothing. With regards to the battery, I forgot your, I'm so sorry. Sebastian, thank you. With regards to the battery storage, et cetera, is that an alternative that MC is looking at to provide energy for the folks, for the customers in case there's like a rolling blackout, an outage? And I'm not suggesting that this could be an absolute solution, but I know when I first saw the MC on it, I said, "Oh, great, no more rolling blackouts." I didn't know that it was related to clean energy at the time. I just paid the bill, but like most people do. But is that, now I'm hearing the battery storage, is that something that MC is looking toward, maybe perhaps providing electricity through their own infrastructure?
I mean, if we can get more funding, the funding that we just got was from the DOE, and it's a grant. And so that's why we're offering it. We put out a bid to all of our communities. Tommy Anderson came to my meeting last week about it. So we're trying to make sure everyone knows it's available. If you have a structure like a community center, and especially if it already has solar on it, it's much easier for us to get a battery there as well. And yeah, if we can get more funding and grants for projects like that, we would. It's just, I think we were talking with Joan and Christina before, getting grants for things in general are difficult, but it is something that we're looking into because battery storage is so important. And if it can keep a critical facility power that people know, like, oh gosh, we're having a blackout, I can go to that library or I can go there. We want to be able to offer that.
Yeah, yeah. And on the wind map, I think it was
this one.
Yeah, that one. Those represent the power hubs where you collect the energy?
Yes. So
okay.
Yes, exactly. So these are where all the projects are, solar and biogas, and the wind is the orange ones.
Okay.
Yeah.
Why aren't there any orange ones here?
A good question. I don't know if this just wasn't like a good as capture of as much wind as these other areas. I'm not sure. I can try to find out for you.
It's so windy. I mean, there's a festival named after it here.
Yes, I know. I've been to your kite festival.
Yeah.
It's great.
Okay. It's great. Okay.
Yeah, I don't know. We do bids for projects because people who run wind and solar know how to do them the best. So we every once in a while put out requests for bids, and then people send us their information. Then we all vote on it. And so I don't know if San Ramon has ever put in a bid for wind.
Is that how it works?
Question.
Oh, the cities, the municipalities put in a bid.
Or the contractors who do them. Yes. Yeah.
I see. Okay. And final question, how do you determine the cost of the energy? Does the cost of the energy for solar differ from biogas, differ from wind?
Yes, and I'll have Sebastian take over on that one because I'm not totally clear unless if you.
Sure. And I did want to respond to two earlier questions that you raised, Councilmember, about resilience and just battery storage at an individual level. I know we mentioned critical facilities and what that looks like. But in terms of providing resilience for individual homeowners and folks in multifamily complexes that want power at their house when the grid is no longer able to provide that power. One of the things that we're working quite a bit on right now at MCE is a concept called the virtual power plant. And, as we're looking at this map right here, you can think of a traditional power plant, which is a wind facility, a solar facility, not renewable, but a nuclear facility. The virtual power plant is a little bit different than that, in that instead of using one generation source that generates a whole bunch of power, transmits it over long distances, the virtual power plant acts as a way to provide resilience in the home and also power the grid when it's not in a state that is able to do so. So the VPP is basically, let's say all of us have a battery at our home. Those batteries can dispatch and say, you know what, the grid needs some more power right now. We're going to send it back to the grid. And we'll actually incentivize the customer for doing that. And maybe the grid doesn't need that power. Well, let's store it in the battery at home so that folks can have that resilience. So that's one new technology that we're working on right now. And then in terms of your question about why is there not a whole lot of wind being built here, it's more of an intermittent resource. And so you can think of solar. The sun's going to come up every day, and you're going to be able to rely on that power. Wind, it may not be the case that it's pumping at that same regularity. But to respond to the question about pricing of the energy, it's really market conditions and what we can identify in the marketplace. I mean, a developer is going to be able to build a project and say, I need X amount of funding from whatever entity wants to buy that power, whether it's PG&E, MCE, another CCA. And so in the marketplace of energy, it's supply and demand, just as any other industry. And so those sources of power are kind of determined based on that.
So one more question. Sorry, Mayor, if I may. Thank you, Sebastian, while I have you up there. So does PG&E gain anything by leveraging MCE energy? In other words, in a situation where the grid is overloaded or PG&E can't distribute electricity for some reason, they just don't have enough of it, do they look to alternative sources such as MCE to help them balance that out? Is that the benefit to PG&E?
Not necessarily. The way that the energy market works in California is that we call them load serving entities, but basically all electricity providers, whether it's MCE, PG&E, SoCal Gas, they are all buying and selling energy in real time, and that is overseen by the California Independent System Operator. So that's a third party who is balancing the physics of the grid in real time and saying, you know what, we need X amount of supply. There's going to be X amount of demand this day. And so it's not so much that PG&E would be relying on MCE. It's all that as a collective whole,
I see.
we are working with the state to ensure that there's enough power and balancing that with demand at any given time.
I see. Thank you. That makes sense. Thank you.
Okay. You had a follow-up?
Yeah, I just
ahead.
had, because this slide I brought just made me curious. So what kind of biogas and geothermal options are you using and do you plan to use?
So the geothermal is the one we just bought up north, the Calpine, that will power 15,000 homes. Biogas, I'm not, is that what you asked? The bioenergy? I'm not sure I don't have to get back to you on that one.
Okay, no problem. Thank you. I appreciate.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Went down this way. Richard, do you have any more?
I would think that the wind would be difficult. Aren't they large structures like you see at the Altamont? So it's not like you can put one in.
Right.
Our property values would go down quickly.
Yeah.
Unless you could put it, I don't know, somewhere up in the hill and it was behind the ridge or something. But
Yes, and they require a lot of maintenance too. So
Okay.
it's not as easy as it seems.
So it's more likely solar would be the way to go, right? Because they're kind of flat. You don't.
I mean, I think honestly, we need everything because
Everything.
solar doesn't work at night. So you need something for that too.
True.
And then, different projects have different costs. Hydro still requires electricity to run. So you just need a mix of everything.
All right. Thank you.
Vice Mayor?
Thank you for coming and joining us today, and thanks for presentation. One question I always get from our community residents is about their confusion regarding MCE and PGE bill. which whenever I get a chance, I explain to them. As a board member, I understand what it is, but could you please give a little bit more clarity on the bill that they receive, how they should look at it, and if they still have questions, how they can reach out to you in different ways.
Yeah,
Get
gosh,
that.
I wish we have a really good web page that explains the bill. I mean, line item by line item. We even have a pamphlet on it that's like 4 pages long because the bill is so crazy. But yes, the easiest thing that I've learned to tell people is that we can control the electricity generation. We try to keep that cost as low as possible. And then everything else is either PG&E delivery or state. A lot of it is state charges for random things. So they're welcome to call us if they have questions. In fact, we have a call center in-house that fields questions about this all the time. We have a lot of Spanish-speaking materials too, because we have a lot of Spanish-speaking customers. So we have Spanish-speaking call center employees as well. We're trying to do as much as we can to make sure people understand. I mean, when we're out in the community, a lot of people don't know who we are even, because when you get the bill, it says PG&E. They have no idea there's this one tiny line item. So that's one thing we're trying to do, is get our name out there more, that, hey, we're trying to do clean energy in your community, and we're trying to charge you the least amount possible. But it still is confusing, and we can't control PG&E's bill, although we've tried.
Yeah, because I still remember one resident called me and said, hey, can I just keep this PG&E and get rid of this MCE bill from this bill?
They think it's an extra charge, and that's what our bill explains, is that on the PG&E bill, there's one charge that includes their electricity generation plus their delivery. But when you use MCE, there's 2 charges. One is our electricity generation and then their delivery. So it looks like it's an extra charge, but it's really one charge broken out into 2. So it is definitely confusing. And most people that I've talked to, I say citizens have the option of opting out of using MCE and staying with just PG&E, but most of the times their bills go up. So people can do that. There's some reasons that people do need to opt out, but for the most of the population, it makes sense to stay with MCE.
Sounds good. So if they have any questions, they should be able to reach out to you by your customer support.
Our call center, yeah.
Call
They're
center.
very responsive.
And do you have any social media through that they can connect?
They could connect on social media. It would route them to our call center because they're the experts.
Excellent. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
So, yeah, the only question I had is something Sebastian mentioned, that, for many years, Scott Perkins was our representative with MCE, and then I did it for the last 2 years up until 2020, the end of 2024. I remember when they were talking about the virtual power plant program, I believe there was discussion that they were going to start with a pilot in some city, and I can't remember what that city was. Is that pilot program ongoing, and is it expanded to any more cities?
Yeah, thank you for the question, Mayor. The pilot is active in Richmond at this point, and we are working with Richmond because there was a really interesting model that the city was doing through a social impact bond that they had, where they were actually renovating abandoned homes. And as part of that program, they were making those homes available to first-time low-income home buyers. And because those homes were in a state of disrepair, all of the new electrical equipment needed to be upgraded anyway. And so being an MCE member community, the thought was, why don't we actually renovate these homes with energy efficient appliances, with solar panels, so on and so forth, so that they could participate in a program that gives the customer value for having those energy efficient appliances. So long story short, it is launched in Richmond. We did receive a grant from the California Energy Commission to expand the VPP out of Richmond. And it's something that we haven't started broad-based outreach for at this time, but it's something that we're looking to do.
Okay, all right, yeah, because I'm just trying to get a feel for how that program's working, the expansion potential, and maybe one day San Ramon might be able to participate as well, so.
Absolutely, thank you.
Yeah.
And as Brian alluded to, we're more than happy to give regular updates to the city council. So if that's an item that you would want to continue to receive information on, more than happy to make time for that.
Or we'll get the board members to track that. All right, thank you very much.
May I have, sorry,
one more question?
Yeah, one more question. Of course, always one more. For the folks at home, you said something that, and I understand it, but for the folks at home, it may seem an anomaly because I'm looking at the chart and you mentioned that going with PG&E may be more expensive, but the chart has a different number.
Yeah.
And it's a little higher. I get why, but maybe for the folks at home, if you could break that down because it might be helpful to them.
That's a good question. This is a rare time. 70% of the time, at least, we're cheaper than PG&E. So this is a rare where we're like $1 more, and it's just that our electricity generation charges are still lower, but it's not low enough to beat out PG&E's negative $10 that they're adding in there. But 70% of the time, we are cheaper than PG&E. So if you, average it out for a year, however many years you're a customer, you'll save. Yeah. Sure.
About that, for what size or type of home is this estimate?
Oh, that's a good question. I'm not sure. It's probably like our average standard home. That's probably less than 4 people, I would assume.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, thank you. At this time, I'm going to open up public comment. Do we have any speaker cards on this item?
We do not.
Okay, any written comments?
No written comment.
Okay, I'm gonna close public comment. Council, any final comments for our MCE guests?
Thank you.
Thank you. Those were really good questions. We appreciate it.
Well, we definitely appreciate you coming. MCE's done a great job for us. I personally take advantage of the MCE Sync program. I just
Great.
deposited this much amount back into my checking account. It's a good program, and I know a lot of people look at that difference between the light green and the deep green. Frankly, the price is not that much to go with the cleaner energy with the deep green. And then you're really just using the solar and wind. The one thing that always seems to be interesting to me is this, it's pretty much all non-greenhouse gas type energy. That whole idea of renewable, the large hydro, I guess, is considered, non-renewable.
Yeah.
And so that doesn't count, but even with the light green, that's a lot of the power content label, is the hydro. So even that's pretty clean stuff.
Yes. Yeah. Well, better than other options, I would say. And if you had mentioned batteries too, I have a home battery, and MCE has a program that if you have a home battery and you deploy it between 4 and 9 p.m. to charge your house so that you're not using the grid, I get $20 a month savings on that. So
You sell the battery?
no, we don't sell the battery.
Okay,
If
got it.
people already have a battery,
Oh, okay.
we're trying to get people to use their battery between 4 and 9 p.m. so the grid is less congested. So we do all these programs to try to promote the best options for people.
Any other state doing this? I think it's just great that we have these options for clean energy. I'm just curious if any other state.
Gosh, I don't know if anybody has anything as close to a CCI. I mean, the only ones I think of is like Vermont and Colorado,
Sure.
maybe Oregon, but it's not universal.
Yeah, I think it's great.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thanks for all the great work the staff do. I want to take this moment to appreciate their efforts, proactively out of box creative thinking of purchasing the energy so that our consumers can save. It is the work they do behind the scenes is phenomenal. So
Thank
I
you.
appreciate all the great work. Let's continue to provide these services so that we can have more clean environment. So
Agreed.
thanks for your mission and your great work.
And thank you
Appreciate
for
it.
all you do.
All right. Thank you, Laura. Thank you, Sebastian. Okay, next item, please.
Item 9.2, public hearing, resolution number 2025-100. Consideration of vacation of the relinquishment of abutters rights in Lot 5, commonly known as 9000 Acosta Boulevard, associated with the Aspenwood Apartments project. Staff report by Rod Weiss, city engineer.
All right. Hey, Rod. Evening.
Good evening. Just give me a moment here to pull the PowerPoint presentation.
Click. All right. Good evening. My name is Rod Wee, City Engineer, and I'm here to present a resolution for consideration for vacation of the relinquishment of abutters rights for Aspenwood Apartments. Sounds like kind of a word salad, but I promise I will try to make it as simple as possible. But again, these are terms that we have to use per California code.
I hope you're going to explain vacation, relinquishment, and a butter.
I promise I'll do my best. Yes. So again, just a quick outline of this, be a very brief presentation on what's coming up regarding this item. So we all remember the, for those of you who have been here a while, that site, 9,000 Alcasa Boulevard, was previously, I think, the First American Bank site, as well as a little flower shop. Having grown up here myself, I think I bought my prom date her corsage at that flower shop back in the day. So it's sorely missed. But in any case, that project site, when it was developed prior to the city actually being a city, the governing agency, which was Contra Costa County, required the developer to basically relinquish abutters rights. And again, as you asked, what is abutters rights? Abutters rights are essentially any property owner has the ability to access public right of way on the adjacent part of their land. If you have a corner lot, you can access it from either side. And sometimes when we have developments like subdivisions, if you back onto Freeway Preserve Parkway or Bollinger Canyon Road, we would require the developer to relinquish those abutters rights so that you could not access a vehicle from your backyard, let's say, to a main road. It just wouldn't be safe. So like a lot of these new projects that back onto Bollinger Canyon Road, Doherty Road, Freeway Preserve Parkway, those rights are basically relinquished. In this case, the developer was required to relinquish those rights on this lot where they don't have a driveway access. And I'll show a map later about kind of how it explains how that works. In any case, when that project went defunct, as you know, it got rezoned, purchased by the redevelopment agency, eventually purchased by Housing on Merit. And again, what we have now is they were approved as Aspen Apartments. And I just want to note really quickly that the staff report does have an error. It mentioned the staff report that it was approved by the City Council in 2017. It actually was approved in March 2022 through Resolution 2022-030. In any case, because engineering noticed that the driveway access to the new Aspenwood Apartments did not line up exactly to where they were before, we required a condition of approval for the developer to essentially regain those rights from the city. And we gave them a number of options, to do that. And in discussions with them, we felt that this was probably the best way to clean up that parcel so that there wouldn't be any cloud on title, for example. The action you take tonight will be recorded so that subsequent property owners would know where their abutters rights are and that they're all properly in the right place.
I'm sorry. Is there someone talking, have a microphone on or a speaker? Outside? Thank you. Sorry about that.
No, it's okay.
Sorry.
When the city is going to vacate any kind of easement, roadway, or even abutters rights that were relinquished, we have to follow the Streets and Highways Code. That's California law. And there's a couple of steps that we've done to kind of set us up to do this. Streets and Highways Code says, for example, we have to have that the vacation of relinquishment of abutters rights is in conformance with the general plan. So we know that this is actually in conformance with the general plan because the project was already approved by City Council. So that kind of checks that box. We also have to notice a public hearing, which we've done in the newspaper these 2 weeks prior to this council meeting. And then we also posted, as required, 3 notices at the site of the project. So there's A-frame signs out there notifying the residents that the City Council may take action on this item. And the last thing we have to do is actually hold a public hearing, which is what we're doing tonight. So this is essentially a map overview. This is an aerial photo on the left side of the site from 2011. And you can kind of see the old building that's there. I don't know if you can see the arrow here, but the little flower shops over here on the corner. And this driveway here is of a certain configuration. It's basically 24 feet wide.
Now we have the Aspenwood project here. And you can kind of see here the driveway is slightly wider than it was before. And so if you look at the plat map on the right, you can see these little dashed lines here around the edges here that basically say this project cannot access the public right of way, adjacent to the corner here where there's an ADA ramp, for example. But the driveway access here on this side here has to be widened by 26 feet essentially to provide access to this driveway, which is actually served for fire purposes. So again, just quickly, fiscal impact, there is none. And next steps would be just, as we again talked about, open the public hearing, take public testimony, close the public hearing, and if approved, record the resolution with the county recorder. So if any questions, I'm more than happy to answer them.
Okay,
at this time.
thanks, Rod. Questions by council?
I just,
Go ahead.
okay. So, was there any disagreement between either property owner on this motion?
No, actually, it's required for as a condition of approval, so they've agreed to it. It was the mechanism to do it, which we were discussing with them after the project already closed. Like we could have done an encroachment permit, a lease agreement, something to allow them to legally access these two little slivers of land. In discussion with the city attorney and their attorney, it just felt like it was better to go the full route of holding a public hearing, follow the Streets and Highways Code, and record it against the property. That way, the subsequent property owners would know, and it wouldn't get lost somewhere in someone's file
Got
that
it.
the access point is actually legal.
Okay, okay. Thank you.
All right, other questions? Richard?
So this action is a practical way of using the land efficiently and safely and practically, it seems to me, right? I mean, is it?
Yes, that's correct. Essentially, the site's already being used and approved by the city to have this driveway configuration. It's more about just cleaning up the legal description of the lot so there wouldn't be any cloud on title. But we've already approved the project. The fire district has approved the turning radius of the ADA of the access points and everything. So it's essentially as it is. It's just trying to figure out a way to legalize it.
Okay, so in other words, the vacation it's going away, like you're going on vacation.
Yes, it's like a double negative. So
Right.
we're giving them back their rights to access that
Okay.
land.
It seems reasonable. Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, can I get a motion to open the public hearing?
I so move to open the public hearing.
Okay, we have a motion, Councilmember Rubio.
I second it.
Second, Vice Mayor Veros. Got to be quick with this group. Okay, motion passes. The public hearing is now open. Do we have any speaker cards on this item?
We do not have any speaker cards or written comment for this item.
Okay, can I get a motion to close the public hearing?
So move to close the public hearing.
Okay,
I second.
motion and a second. Okay, motion passes 5-0. The public hearing is closed. The matter is before the council for discussion. Any discussion? Okay, can I get a motion to approve resolution number 2025-100?
So move to approve resolution 2025-100 to vacate the relinquishment of butters rights in lot 5 of subdivision 4583, commonly known as 9000 Acosta Boulevard. So I don't have to read the rest of it, do I?
No, but if you could amend that motion to include the change that Rod referred to, that just reflects the March 8th, 2022 approved date by resolution 2017-116.
Okay.
You're welcome to say so moved.
Okay, so moved. Thank you, because I was looking for the date. I'm like, I didn't write that down. Thank you.
I second that.
All right, we have a motion and a second.
Okay, now I see it.
I'm not getting the second.
We need a second.
Oh,
Okay.
there we go. Okay. All right, the motion passes, resolution is approved. And now we're on to the next item, please.
Item 9.3, public hearing, ordinance next in line, approving the development agreement by and between the City of San Ramon and Sunset Development Company relative to the development known as Bishop Ranch Affordable Housing Site. Staff report by Lauren Barr, Planning Services Division Manager.
All right, Lauren, we've been waiting on this.
I know. Just give me a second to put the presentation up. All right. Good evening.
Good evening.
So I have a brief presentation, and then the applicant also has a presentation related to this item. So I'll just go ahead and start. So the project location is 2453 Camino Ramon. It's also referred to as the Bishop Ranch Service Center. You can see it here. It's adjacent to the Bishop Ranch 7 housing project that was approved by the Planning Commission earlier this year, and then across the street from the Summerhill property. So in terms of a little background, on January 7th, 2025, Eden Housing filed formal applications for a proposed 200-unit residential project at the Bishop Ranch Service Center. That was intended as a 100% affordable, 198 affordable units to caretaker units. And so the scale and affordability levels is envisioned as a way of addressing affordable housing for some of the previously approved housing projects within Bishop Ranch. I would mention specifically Bishop Ranch 7 and 11, as well as a couple of the sites that are associated with the City Walk Master Plan. The city's inclusionary housing ordinance allows for alternative compliance methods, such as dedication of land and also transfer of units, and allows for the adjustment of affordability levels and the number of units provided. So then on May 7th, 2025, the property owner, Sunset Development Company, filed for a development agreement in anticipation of the approval of that Eden development project, and as a way of starting to facilitate the transfer of units to that site. On June 3rd, 2025, the Planning Commission approved the project, and it's basically waiting on implementation. So the proposed development agreement, as I mentioned, is intended to address affordable housing requirements for the BR 7, 11, and portions of City Walk, particularly Bishop Ranch 1A and 3A sites. And so it's doing this through the dedication of land and facilitate the development of that Eden project that we mentioned before. And part of the arrangements of the development agreement is that it allows for the transfer of the units associated with the covered sites, which currently have a 15% inclusionary housing requirement. The units being transferred will be at a higher rate at 22.5% for the Bishop Ranch 7 and 11 sites, at 16% for the eligible City Walk projects. So it represents 34 additional affordable units. In addition to that, this proposal makes the development of the Eden project possible, which also results in 30 units associated with that particular project that would not otherwise be provided. It also results in a higher affordability level. These would be low-income rental units, low and very low rental units. In addition, there is a fee that would get paid to the city for the sale of for the units associated with the 7 and 11 projects that would go toward the city housing fund for projects and programs to be determined by the council. The term of the agreement is 5 years with an additional 5-year extension. There are provisions within the agreement that deal with the failure to perform and how to deal with delays.
Ultimately, if the project doesn't move forward as anticipated by the development agreement, the housing site gets dedicated to the city with improvements done and impact fees paid. So we took this item to the Planning Commission on July 1st and July 15th. Following discussion, the commission recommended approval to the council, but with comments for consideration. Among the considerations were an increase in the ratio of for sale units being transferred from the covered sites, Bishop Ranch 7 and 11. If that change is desired, the agreement would need to be revised. Also, there was a recommendation to consider increasing the $3,000 per unit fee for the covered sites and to index that fee to the consumer price index. The reference to the CPI or the consumer price index has been included in the agreement. But if there's an increase to the $3,000 per unit, that would have to be revised and come back at a future date. Also, there was a request to clarify the breakdown of the units in Exhibit D of the agreement. Those tables have been added and are also part of your staff report. There was a reference to consideration of a shared parking agreement for 40 spots within Bishop Ranch that could become available if there's a parking problem in the future. That's a little bit problematic in that the Eden project was approved with state density bonus standards, and parking was not an issue for the approval of the project. So there's really not a nexus to require additional parking for that particular project. And then there was a desire from the Planning Commission that there be regular progress updates on the status of funding for that project. And that's something staff could implement through memos and presentations to council. So at this point, we're recommending that you receive the staff report as well as a report from the applicant, introduce the ordinance, waive the reading, open the public hearing, take public testimony, close the public hearing, and after discussion, set September 9th, 2025 for adoption. And so with that, I'm available for questions, or we can move into the applicant's presentation.
Okay, we've got Lauren up at the mic right now. We have questions first for staff.
I do.
No?
I do.
Okay, go ahead.
So, I was just curious. So the numbers that you're showing here from on table 1, right? For the BR 711 and City Walk, where you show an increase from 10 to 40 for 7 and 11, correct?
Correct.
And 38 to 73 on the very low income, et cetera. Following that chart for a total of 198, right?
Correct.
Affordable units through Eden Housing, right? So
Yes.
Will BR 711 and City Walk Rental have any continued affordable units as part of their project in there?
Well, in terms of Bishop Ranch 7 and 11, their full obligation will get transferred to the Eden site. For City Walk, there's still a balance that is not accommodated in this, so they would either need to build the balance on site for the City Walk projects or find another receiver site through some other type of agreement.
So 80 units, because yes, so that means there's 100 units that they can accommodate about approximately, right? Transfer over
In terms of
The Eden Housing.
the City Walk,
no, to Eden Housing total.
the total is, I believe, 164, I think it was.
That's available to transfer over.
Excuse me, 100 and, see, sorry, the total 134 is what's required. And then there's an additional, so it's going from 134 to, so it's the additional 64 units associated with the construction of the Eden project, as well as additional units at a higher percentage. So it's 64 more than you would get if this deal was not done.
Right, and I understand like that part, I can see the numbers.
Mhm.
But when you mentioned the transfer, right, of affordable units from these other projects that are on BR 7 and 11, what I'm trying to figure out is, are those units that we're seeing under BR 7 and 11 actually going over to Eden?
They would remain, well, the obligation for the affordable unit would go to Eden, correct? So it's not additional, it's covered under the 200 units that Eden's building.
Right.
And so it's just basically a transfer of the obligation of the units over. The units that would have been affordable on the prior projects will still be constructed. They'll just be market rate.
Right. So those, and as you mentioned, that only a portion of the city walk would be transferred because obviously, I guess the question I'm asking is how many units are being transferred over to Eden altogether? How many units are available to be transferred over?
Well, okay, so it's 164 total because Eden has 30 units that it would be required to build under our inclusionary housing
Oh,
ordinance.
okay.
And so that's the capacity that's available on the receiver site. And so the number of units coming from City Walk just fills up that balance available.
Correct. Okay, that's what I'm trying to understand. Do the
Sorry if
math
I
there.
confused the issue.
Yeah, no, thank you, Bear, for bearing with me on that. All right, this I got, sorry. So for the rental units, so with Eden, the difference is that, and this is just kind of partly for general public information, under Eden, all those affordable units remain affordable in perpetuity, right? When we have mixed income construction, right? How long are those units, how long do they remain affordable?
You're talking about the for sale units?
Mhm.
Typically they're.
And rental.
Well, again, they can be deed restricted for either 50 or 55 years. But in the case of the for sale, it's usually correct me if I'm wrong, 30 years? 30-year term for that. And then if it's sold before the expiration of that term, the affordability resets. It has to be sold to another affordable person. But if they wait out the total time, then it becomes market rate after that.
And what about for the rental units?
For the rental, again, it's typically a 50 or 55-year term, unless the provider such as Eden Housing, which is a nonprofit, and they can speak to their process, but typically a nonprofit would be a permanent situation.
Yes. Okay, great. So I know that I did read that the agreement, is set to expire in 5 years. You can renew it again. How often can that be renewed? Or is it just a mutual agreement as long as all parties are in agreement? And if not, what happens if that's not the case and it does expire?
Okay, so under the current proposal, the agreement has a 5-year with a 5-year extension. So there's one extension allowed under it. If they fail to perform within the second extension, then the land reverts to the city to find another provider to build the units.
Yeah. Okay, and thank you. Sorry, there's a lot. And as I was reading some of the recommendations from the Planning Commission on the ratio, wanting to increase that. What is in terms of the parking, right? So these 40 units, the reason is that the Eden Housing has a DBL, the state, it got a DBL, basic density bonus law under the state, which has certain requirements when it comes to parking, right? Are there any impacts to disabled parking spots, or is that excluded?
Disabled parking is a different it's a separate requirement. It would be required to be implemented no matter what in terms of this project, as would some of the EV standards that are covered under state building codes. But the parking standard and the reduction is consistent with what state law allows. And so the desire to add I guess a catch-all or a what if situation is a little bit problematic because again, the approvals don't acknowledge the need for additional parking. And it's something that we would have to deal with the property owner in the event there was a problem in the future.
And how many, currently, how many outside of disabled parking? Because you said the disabled parking, EV parking are not impacted, right? Because in terms of numbers that they would normally appropriate with, even without the DBL, correct?
Right. It's a percentage of the number of parking spaces provided that goes with the accessibility standards. And so
Okay.
it's a ratio to the number provided.
Okay. And so how many parking spaces? We have 198 unit. Is this for the Eden house? Okay, hold on a second. How many units are available, say, per unit?
I think I
many
would
parking
refer that
spaces?
to the applicant's presentation. They're probably going to touch on some of these things.
Okay.
So you might want to hear from them before we get into too much of the design details, because
Oh, good.
what
Okay,
staff is working
perfect.
on is primarily the development agreement, not the prior entitlements, which are approved. But
Oh, good.
again, I think they can answer that off the top of the head. I'd have to look.
No, that's perfectly fine. I just wanted to, okay, so should I hold off then on all the other questions that have to do with things
Yeah,
that
let-
were proposed by the?
Yeah, let me ask the council if okay with everybody. Let's hear what the applicant has, because they've got a presentation that might answer a lot of our questions right now instead of doing a back and forth.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, I mean, I can
I
wait.
just have one question.
I can, sorry.
Legal, when it says that Sunset owns Bishop Ranch, this location, and intends to dedicate its interest, what does that mean legally, dedicate its interest?
So that they would basically give the land to Eden Housing to build the project.
Okay.
And so the value of that land helps Eden qualify for funding and be able to actually construct the project, because it's basically a subsidy of free land.
I guess that's just a property, real property term, dedicate, I mean, not being an attorney, I just wasn't quite sure in layman's terms what that meant, but it's just
Give it,
give it.
It's like donate.
donate it.
Okay, just wanted to be sure about that. Okay.
All right, let's get to Stephanie. You're gonna
Mayor,
give us a few.
Mayor, sorry, it's, my question has nothing to do with the mechanics of it. If I could ask a quick question to Lauren.
Okay.
I lived in a lot of cities in my life growing up, and it feels like we're creating a socioeconomic condition for low-income housing by moving from, we're taking affordable housing from one site over to another, and now we're creating this sort of mega site for affordable housing. I'm not against affordable housing. Let me just say that. And to the staff that ever put this together, I'm very appreciative. It feels very different.
I think what I could respond to that is there are some pros and cons to consolidating affordable housing. There's pros and cons to rental versus for sale in terms of, you know, the access of the public to those types of things, the income verification requirements and the like. I think the applicant's presentation will touch on this a little bit as well. The other thing is consolidation of affordable units isn't new. Doherty Valley has many of the affordable units are provided in apartment projects within the city. It's common practice in many cities to consolidate because it makes the projects more viable and feasible to be able to provide units that might not otherwise be able to be constructed in the market conditions. So
I see.
let me turn it over to Stephanie, and then we can revisit some of these if we need to.
Yeah, I think you'll be back up. So after Sam, and we've got Dixie here from Eden Housing as well, if we have specific Eden Housing questions.
Good evening, Mayor Armstrong and members of the City Council. On behalf of Sunset Development, I'm Stephanie Hill. We appreciate the opportunity to present our Bishop Ranch affordable housing proposal this evening. Over the past year, we've been working with the city to advance Bishop Ranch's vision for meeting the 15% inclusionary housing requirement. Our approach includes both standalone affordable communities and on-site affordable housing. Our land plan is centered around 4 premier offices, Orchards, formerly BR1, Sycamore, formerly BR3, Shepherd's Glen, formerly BR15, and Lakeside, formerly BR 2600. The City Walk, our plan for 4,500 residential homes in mid-rise buildings, spans over 135 acres between Bollinger Canyon Road, Camino Ramon, and Executive Parkway. Belmont Village Senior Living is the first of these communities to open. To the north of Executive Parkway, the DMU North Zone predominantly features 2 to 3 story single-family homes and includes Summer Hills City Village. To the south of Bollinger Canyon, the DMU South Zone, formerly Chevron Park, is proposed to include 2,500 homes, 125,000 square feet of retail, and 15 acres of parks and open space. Part of Bishop Branch's affordable housing program is the creation of thoughtfully located standalone affordable housing communities, of which we currently have planned for 3. Eden's Camino Ramon development adjacent to Bishop Branch 7, within the Bishop Branch 8 neighborhood, which is currently in process, and within the Chevron Park redevelopment. This evening, we are specifically discussing Eden's affordable community at 2453 Camino Ramon, which would provide affordable housing for Bishop Branch 7, Bishop Branch 11, and a portion of City Walk. In total, Bishop Branch residential program includes 8,000 homes. Of the 8,000 homes, approximately 1,200 will be offered as affordable housing throughout Bishop Branch to comply with the city's inclusionary housing ordinance. Affordable for-sale homes are included in Summer Hills City Village and are also proposed within Bishop Branch 12. We also expect to include condominiums in City Walk and Orchards, which would provide additional affordable ownership opportunities within Bishop Branch. On-site affordable rental is integrated within market rate apartment buildings within City Walk and Orchards. Standalone affordable communities are 100% affordable and are offered at a blended area median income of 60% AMI to meet financing criteria. Of the 1,200 affordable homes within Bishop Branch, approximately 500 are proposed in standalone communities, with the balance of the 700 spread throughout Bishop Branch. Camino Ramon is proposed to fulfill the inclusionary housing requirements for Bishop Branch 7, Bishop Branch 11, and a portion of City Walk. By consolidating these obligations, Sunset can donate the land at no cost to Eden Housing, a critical step in enabling them to secure affordable housing financing. Without this structure, we would not be able to provide free land, which is a fundamental component of Eden's ability to deliver this project. Unlike market rate developers, affordable housing nonprofits like Eden Housing can apply for tax credit financing, which requires deeper levels of affordability. Eden's proposal will serve households earning between 30% and 80% of area median income, with an average of 60% aligned with tax credit standards. To ensure delivery, Eden will provide a completion guarantee to both its lender and investor prior to starting construction. If Eden defaults, the investor can replace them. If the investor also defaults, the lender can step in to complete the project. The property is encumbered by both a development agreement and a regulatory housing agreement to ensure it is developed as affordable housing. Under the development agreement, Eden has 5 years to secure financing with a possible 5-year extension at the city's discretion. If financing is not secured, the graded site with impact fees would be transferred to the city. Of the 200 homes, 198 will be available to households earning less than 80% of the area median income. These households' incomes range from $33,000 to $128,000, depending on household size. These homes will serve the very people who make our community function: teachers, healthcare workers, service providers, many of whom currently can't afford to live within San Ramon. The city's inclusionary housing ordinance sets affordable housing costs at 30% of income, adjusted for affordability level and household size. We've outlined the cost for a 3-bedroom, very low-income home for both renters and homeowners. Renters are responsible for rent and utilities. Homeowners are responsible for a 5% down payment, mortgage payment, homeowners association dues, property taxes, insurance, and any additional homeownership incidentals such as repairs and maintenance. While the monthly costs for renters and homeowners are roughly equivalent when residents move in, Homeowners have exposure to uncapped cost increases such as HOAs and insurance that can annually increase from 10 to 20%. These increased costs can burden a household if their annual income growth does not offset these increases. There has been a discussion that buying an affordable home will set someone on the same wealth building path as market rate homeownership. In San Ramon's affordable program, resale prices aren't based on what the market will pay. They're tied to area median income growth, which has averaged about 3.5% per year. As I outlined on the previous slide, the challenges costs like homeownership dues and insurance can grow faster than area median income. Since affordability is based on total monthly cost, these faster rising expenses can push down the resale price limits. That means affordable owners may see appreciation of 2 to 3% a year versus a 7% for market rate homes. So while the program keeps housing affordable long term, it doesn't generate the same equity windfall of a market rate home. Due to this, many affordable owners can't take their sale proceeds and buy a market rate home. It's not the same financial springboard as market rate housing. The city's inclusionary housing ordinance allows flexibility in meeting the 15% requirement, including land dedication. However, it doesn't define specific thresholds for what constitutes equivalency to on-site homes. The city's RHNA obligations require more homes and deeper affordability than the city's inclusionary housing ordinance generates. Over the past year, Sunset has worked closely with city staff to refine our proposal, balancing RHNA goals with the financial realities of new housing construction. Since our February 2025 memo, we've increased the percentage of affordable units and added a financial contribution. The proposal adds 64 affordable homes beyond what is currently approved with BR7, BR11, and City Walk. To achieve that same number under the city's ordinance, a 426 home community would need to be submitted, a challenging prospect in the current high interest rate environment. As a reference, Related and Avalon and City Walk, which are both similar in scale, have not yet started construction despite being approved for several years. We've increased the ratio of affordable homes to overall units, raising for sale to 1.76 and rental to 1.25. For context, San Francisco's offsite affordable ratio is 1.2. This proposal for sale exceeds that by nearly half a unit. The city's RHNA obligation places particular emphasis on very low-income housing. Under the city's ordinance, for sale projects provide 3.5% very low-income units, and rental projects provide 7.5%. The RHNA requirement, by comparison, requires 30% very low-income units. Our proposal increases the total number of very low-income homes over what is currently approved by 95. To deliver that many very low-income homes under the inclusionary ordinance, a 1,900-unit development would need to be submitted to the city. This proposal helps San Ramon meet its deepest affordability goals in a more effective and realistic way. Housing is both a basic need and a path to economic mobility. These dual roles guide policy choices about tenure and affordability. Homeownership can offer stability and equity, but includes added costs, HOAs, insurance, repairs, that pose risks to lower-income households. Rental affordable housing, by contrast, provides cost predictability and requires annual income certification, ensuring units continue to serve qualified households. These units also serve more families over time due to higher turnover. San Ramon's below-market rate homeownership program preserves affordability but restricts resale, caps appreciation, and limits generational transfer unless heirs qualify, constraining upward mobility for many. To support moderate-income households, the proposal includes a $3,000 per home contribution from Bishop Branch 7 and 11, totaling over $1.1 million for the city's housing fund. This contribution offsets moderate-income units no longer being delivered and equates to about $40,000 per moderate-income unit, or a 5% down payment on an $800,000 home. The city retains full discretion over how to allocate these funds. The city's inclusionary housing ordinance allows land dedication as an alternative compliance method, especially useful in delivering larger-scale affordable housing communities. A question throughout our discussion has been, what is the benefit to the city? Under current approvals, the city would receive 58 for-sale affordable homes and 78 affordable rental homes. The Camino Ramon proposal delivers 198 affordable rental homes with a much higher share of very low-income units and a 1.155 million contribution towards the housing fund. For comparison, meeting the same level of affordability and unit count under the ordinance would require applications for hundreds or even thousands of new homes. This proposal exceeds the typical standards in other Bay Area jurisdictions. While some cities may require either a fee, an increased number of affordable units, or deeper affordability levels, it is uncommon to achieve all three of these. The Bishop Ranch proposal delivers on all fronts. It increases the number of affordable homes, provides deeper affordability, particularly for very low-income households, and includes a financial contribution to the city's housing fund. This proposal provides an opportunity to deliver more affordable housing at deeper affordability levels in a shorter time frame and represents a significant benefit to the community. I welcome your questions, and as mentioned, I'm joined this evening by Dixie Baus, who is available to answer any questions you may have about Eden Housing, their resident services, the Camino Ramon development, and standalone affordable housing in general. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Stephanie. So let's kind of go back to the questioning and if you know who it's going to be for, Stephanie or Lauren or Dixie, please address it appropriately.
Oh,
Or if you don't know, just
I
throw it
have-
out there. They'll figure it out.
Okay, I have a question regarding,
Go ahead.
is it okay if I start? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, the question regarding the slide, land dedication, number of homes, I think. That slide, like if we go back a little bit. Oh yeah, this one. So here, Bishop Ranch 7, it says 29, but then proposed is 51, and then Bishop Ranch 11, 52, and then City Walk. But so that 198 that we are talking is all part of Eden, right?
Yes, that's correct. That's the 198 affordable homes being developed at Eden.
But is it Eden by itself should have affordable housing count?
So within the city's inclusionary housing ordinance, there's a requirement for affordable to provide its own affordable. And so 15% of Eden's development is required to be affordable, which is the 30 units. But if this proposal doesn't move forward, those 30 units that are contemplated with Eden also aren't developed. And so there's 134 affordable homes that are currently approved within Bishop Ranch 7, Bishop Ranch 11, and City Walk. And with this proposal, that 134 increases to 198 because Eden has its own obligation to provide affordable housing. There's a net increase of 64 homes that are affordable through this proposal.
So Eden by itself, you mentioned 30, right? Because of 198, which is roughly 30. So what is the plan? If this is approved, what is the plan for that 30? Where we are going to put that 30?
So this is one of the challenges with how we think about numbers and how this was discussed with the Planning Commission, where we talk about 15% of the 15%, and then there's a net, but those 30 units aren't developed if this proposal doesn't move forward. And so there's 198 affordable homes developed through the Eden community, or there's 134 affordable homes that are developed through a combination of Bishop Ranch 7, Bishop Ranch 11, and City Walk.
So if it is approved, then you are going to present us with a new presentation where you'll show that new 30 units where you are going to put it?
Or it's part of the 95.
So the 30 units is within the 198. So there's really there's 134 affordable homes, or there's 198 affordable homes.
So how we are coming with the ratio of 22.3 in that case? Is that still counts?
So that includes the 30 that are being developed as part of Eden's obligation. So there's a net increase of 64 affordable homes under this proposal.
Net increase of 64. That means that realistically it is going to be 34.
the 30 units for Eden are only developed if the Eden development moves forward.
Yeah, but
And so there's,
so when you're putting all that number, like 95 for City Walk rental, you're saying that that includes the Eden 30.
that includes the Eden 30.
Okay, that's what I want to make sure that we are not really, without Eden, we are not really getting that 198 first of all. And then how we are getting 22.5, including with that number, we are getting 22.5? That's where I'm a little bit confused with that. So here, let's take BR7, BR11, Eden, total 583 units. And required affordable home, 15% should be 88 units. And then City Walk, total City Walk is 838 units, which require, sorry for that. Sorry, you want me to go back or are we on that? So I just repeat. So BR7, BR11, Eden, if Eden approved, we'll have total 583 units. Is it 500? So BR,
I'm sorry, I'm not following your math.
okay, so let's make sure. Okay, what is the total units of BR7, BR11, and if Eden also approved? What is the total?
So BR7 plus BR11 plus Eden would be 585.
585, but that two manager units will be gone, right?
The two manager units are not affordable, but they are being developed. So Eden is developing 200 homes, of which 198 are affordable. And then there are two managers units. There's a manager unit in the family building and a manager unit in the senior building.
So that leaves total 583 units, right?
500, there would be 585 total units.
But those two manager, okay, so let's take, okay, so we including that manager units, let's say 585, okay, so that's good. Now we require, let's say 15% of that, which should be around 89 units.
This is where I'm getting into trouble doing math at the dais.
87, I get about 87.75%. If 15% of 585,
585.
it's 87, but you have to round it up because you can't have a portion, so it's 88.
That's why it's 88 units. Good. Okay. Now coming to BR1A and BR3A, which is a city walk, which we are talking about, right? That's total 838 units. With required affordable, that equals to 126, 15%. Right? So the total number of units will be 1,421, both including BR7, BR11, Eden, if it is approved, and BR1A, BR. So for overall, we need to have 214 units, affordable units, if we just go with that calculation, right?
If Eden's 30% are outside of the numbers that are being calculated, yes.
So, yeah, so if Eden is approved, right? So if Eden is approved, then we need total 214 units, affordable units. I wish I have whiteboard.
So the total units for both City Walk and there we go. 891 plus 200. Okay.
Yeah, so in total, we have 1,091 homes. There are 200 homes which are contemplated within Bishop Ranch, Camino Ramon for Eden, and then 891 homes that are included within the covered sites. The 891 homes within the covered sites are 190 homes at Bishop Ranch 7, 195 homes at Bishop Ranch 11, and 506 homes at City Walk.
So yes.
Oh, I
Go.
was just going to ask if you could repeat that number for City Walk. I apologize.
Yes, so I have 190 homes for Bishop Ranch 7, 195 homes for Bishop Ranch 11, and 506 homes for City Walk. And then we have 200 homes at Camino Ramon. Of those 200 homes, 198 are affordable, and then 2 are managers units, for a total of 1,091 homes. In total, that's 18% affordable.
Okay, just to make sure the covered site, which is BR1A and BR3A, the total units are 506.
I was gonna say, the exhibit D of the agreement on packet page 171 has the summary of this that we just read off.
Sorry, what is the packet page number?
17.
184.
Packet page, not PDF page.
Packet page 184.
We've got something different in front of us.
Sorry about
Yeah,
that.
but
Sorry.
yeah.
That 184?
184.
Yeah, 184 on our packet here.
Okay, here it comes. Thanks. Okay, so here BR affordable housing site manager units, including that total 2 plus 198. Okay, then covered site Bishop Ranch 11, 711, which is 190 and 195. But then here, when you say City Walk A, is that includes BR1A and BR3A? Or is it something different?
This is a portion.
So the entirety of BR1A and BR3A cannot be supported within the Camino Ramon development. And so what is proposed is that what can be supported within the Camino Ramon development would be supported within the Camino Ramon development. And then the balance of the City Walk units would either be provided on site or through a separate standalone affordable development. For reference, within Avalon has 456 homes, and Related has 383 homes, which those combined exceed the 506 that are able to be supported at the Camino Ramon development.
Okay, in that case, the total number 198, which we are seeing here, that is not going to be part of Eden. So, okay, just to step back. So here you are saying that 95 from City Walk will be allocated. The remaining will be, how many the remaining ones will be? Roughly, I think 214 minus 95 or what? 6. So anyway, so we are getting 95 from City Walk, but the remaining, do we have, what is the remaining number from the City Walk?
So there's 506 homes from City Walk that can be supported within the Camino Ramon development. If Avalon is the first project to go, which has 456 homes, then that means that there's 50 remaining homes within City Walk that can go towards Related. If Related goes first with 383 homes, then you have 123 homes that can be applied towards Avalon. So it's a total of 506 between Related and Avalon that can be supported through the Camino Ramon development.
And this is that first come, first serve thing. that was in
That's
the
correct.
pack.
This is the first come, first serve.
So what happens if your Bishop Branch and Levin is going pretty good, but then Eden is falling behind in getting grants? Then where you are going to allocate those?
So within the development agreement, it's contemplated that Eden has 5 years to secure their financing for their development. If after 5 years they're unable to secure their financing, the city has the discretion to say that the city wants to have the fee simple land graded with impact fees prepaid, or they can give Eden an additional 5 years to secure their financing.
And even after that 5 years or 10 years, if they cannot secure the grants, what city have?
So then the city can take interest to the land graded with impact fees prepaid, and they can select another affordable housing developer to develop the site. The site has 2 recorded documents on it, one being the development agreement if approved, the other being an affordable housing regulatory agreement. So someone could not take title to the land and not build affordable housing. There would be 2 recorded documents on the property requiring that affordable housing be built on the site.
Oh, that sounds good. Okay, that's great. And so you mentioned the parking site. As per density bonus, we don't have any requirement for the parking. So I see that there are 2 kinds of Eden development, right? One is senior and the other one is regular family. Now the seniors are getting 80 units.
Yes, there's 80 units of senior housing and 120 units of what's considered family housing. So 50% of those units are offered for 2-bed and 3-bedroom units.
Excellent. Now, we are saying that for 80 seniors, we don't have, is it like 0 parking or 0.5? What is the ratio of parking?
Hi, good evening. Dixie Bouse with Eden Housing. The parking ratio for the senior building is at 0.5. That's 1 spot for every 2 homes. And then the parking ratio for the family site, if I'm not mistaken, is something like 0.85.
And
That's what we provided. What we're required to provide is no parking because of its proximity to the transit center by state law, but we've got parking in there, so.
oh, the transit center, the San Juan Transit Center. Okay, so
Yeah.
well, so now we don't have any street parking there, right?
No, Eden feels that we have operated many affordable housing communities, both in Contra Costa County and all around the state at parking levels at this range. So we're comfortable at this parking level and that we provide in our development.
That's very interesting. So 0.5. So 80 people are going to, 80 houses are going to fight for this 0.5 parking. That means for 40 parking spots. Okay, interesting. And now, can I ask question for Eden Housing? Yeah.
Sure.
So what is your success rate in housing so far?
Say that again.
What is your success rate so far? Like you might have built many other projects, right? So
Oh, yes. Eden has built more than 165 communities across California, providing more than 12,000 homes and serving more than 20,000 Californians in our developments.
okay. So a project like this, where you are going to depend on the grants of the, is it state, federal, or is it any other places where you are looking for this money?
Unlike many other affordable housing developers, predominantly our best tool for financing deeply affordable housing is the use of federal tax credits, which is allocated through a state agency. With the inclusion of the free land from Sunset Development, as well as some of the other land prep and the fee waivers that the city provides with a first permanent debt of service, we will raise all the money needed to provide for these homes without looking at the state for additional subsidy.
So with the current state that we are with the federal, you mentioned federal grants, right? So
No, federal tax credits are not federal grants.
Oh, okay, federal, that makes it a little bit.
That's the one thing that is still there and benefiting bipartisan.
Okay. Now, are you successfully completed so far all your projects?
Yes, we have.
Oh, excellent. So, and typically what timeline do you finish those?
It really depends. Some of the easiest ones have been financed within, I'd say, less than a year. Some of the harder ones that have had greater land challenges and land prep, i.e. dirty land that had to be remediated through a super fund, those took us about 15 years to get financed. So those are only, I'd say, probably 3 in our portfolio of 165. So yeah, we've got a really good success rate.
Okay. So in this case, so we are looking, our BR 711 will be completion, like within how many years we are going to complete that one? That's a question for Lauren.
It really depends on market conditions, but they're currently doing some of the pre-construction work, looking at demolition permits for the existing buildings. So it would likely be phased in over, say, 3 years, 5 years, somewhere in that range.
5 years, okay.
It depends on market conditions. Some projects go quicker if the demand's there, and then some go slower depending on, again, market conditions.
Okay. Because we are giving pretty much like 10 years time for Eden, right? So if we are going to get the build from BR 7 and 11, that means if they are not able to complete, then we don't have any affordable housing for that 5 years. And then on top of it, another 5 years we'll be waiting for them to provide the affordable housing.
It's 5 and 5. We don't have to extend 5 years, but we can opt to if they're making progress. So within 5 years, we'll have a decision point as to whether or not we're comfortable with the progress that's been made. If not, then we can decide to not continue and take the land and find another provider to build the units. But you're correct in the sense that the market rates will be coming online, and there's no 100% guarantee that the 100% affordable will be synced up with that. It could be a slight lag.
There could be lag, yeah, okay. I just want to make sure we understand that there is chances of lag there, and the lag can be 10 years or
it could also be quicker.
Yeah, hopefully, if they can then get those grants, like the one which he mentioned in 3 years, they could able to finish, right? So, or 1 year, that will be awesome. Okay, I think that's, I'll wait for some other questions, but those are my current questions. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Well, we started over here. Let me come back
didn't-
over here.
Okay, thank you. So, so Vice Mayor Burrows touched on a couple that I was going to ask, but I think what I do want to ask, if you don't mind repeating, what was the usual timeframe with which you can secure the financing?
Thank you for the question. It really does depend on market condition. It really does. We are prepping the first project, which is Camino Ramon, to go in for a first application for our tax credits next year. And that is provided 2 things happen. One, the interest rates don't continue to go up, which everyone is impacted in the market. Second, our equity pricing of which we can sell our tax credits doesn't tank any further, which that may under the current administration. So those are the 2 toggles that we are constantly having to look at daily. We are thankful we are not going in for an application this year because it would not look pretty. No market rate project looks good, nor does any affordable housing look good in the 4th quarter of this year.
But the number that you gave earlier, under ideal conditions.
Under ideal conditions, yeah.
The current conditions, assuming things stay.
I hope we have a really hard problem of breaking ground next year because that means we're moving quick.
Yes.
Yeah.
So usually within a year, if things were as usual.
If they were as usual, it would be after approval of entitlements because that's when we would go into CA documents, which is construction documents. And you need to be permit ready before you submit for tax credits because once we submit for tax credits and get awarded the tax credits, we're on the clock and must perform and close within 180 days.
Okay, great. And so, and when you talked about the parkings, just want to make sure I get these numbers right correctly as well. You said that there's one spot for every 2 homes calculated amongst the senior residents, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And 0.85 for the family resident units, right?
Can I say ish, or would you like me to look that up? Exactly.
Yeah. Oh, we have a.
Sorry, just Cindy Yu with the City of Planning Department. 120 spaces for the 120 family units and 40 spaces for the 80 senior units.
Okay.
So it's a 0.8 ratio combined for the 200 units.
Oh, there
We
it
are
goes.
overachieving.
There we go. Okay,
Thank
that
goodness.
provides a little more clarity because.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Cindy.
All right. Okay, great, great, great. Thank you for clarifying that. All right. So there was, I don't know if you can answer this, but there was, because it's really some of the comments that were listed from the Planning Commission. They were asking for there to be an increase on the receiver side too. But there was no stipulation as to what number, what ratio, or and what metric was being used to come up with that ratio. Can someone help me understand that?
On the additional 40 spaces that were suggested?
Not,
Oh, okay.
this has to do with the ratio for sale units transferred from the covered site. The current ratio is 1.5 low and very low income units for each sale unit being transferred. The recommendation of the commission, I'm referencing back to that meeting, is that the ratio for low and very low income units for each of the sale unit be transferred from cover sites be increased on the receiver site. And I'm trying to better understand to what extent and based on what metric?
Well, the Planning Commission was not specific as to what type of increase. They were just of the opinion that more is better. The current ratio, the 22.5%, it was negotiated up from the original 15%. So it's not a 1-to-1 requirement, it's a 1.5. So it's a greater number of affordable units. And that was part of the discussions between the city staff and Sunset over the last 6 to 8 months. So again, whether or not a higher number would be economically feasible, that's really a question for Sunset. But this was what we were able to come to consensus on as being a number that was viable for them and also promoted additional units for the city.
Okay, and then thank you for clarifying that. And then the other thing, and I hope you can help me answer this because there was just some of these questions that I was left wondering where these suggestions were originating. They were asking in number 2, Planning Commission review, they asked to consider additional affordable housing obligation of $3,000, a fee of $3,000 per unit associated with the for sale covered sites. Now the CPI, I can understand, that kind of makes sense. We adjust for those things on an ongoing basis, but I'm trying to understand where that fee for an additional $3,000 per unit was being derived from.
Just to be clear, the $3,000 per unit is what is currently agreed to between the city and Sunset. The comment from the Planning Commission was, again, they'd like to see something more.
Right.
And so again, it comes back down to the discussions that were held between staff and Sunset in terms of what is viable economically for Sunset and still furthering the city's goals of supplementing our affordable housing program. The 3,000, as was discussed by Stephanie, is roughly equivalent to what would be considered a down payment program for the moderate units that are being converted to low and very low income. So it could be used for a program to assist with down payment for moderate income homes, or it could be used for some other type of program or subsidy for additional affordable housing. Those decisions, rather than having it specific to a down payment assistance program, we left it as a dedication to the city's affordable housing fund, so the council can then decide how they'd like to use it.
I understand all of that, but I guess there was no explanation as to why they were saying 3,000, an additional 3,000 per unit.
Well, no, they weren't saying an additional 3,000. The
Oh, okay.
3,000 is
Let's
the
consider that the additional affordable housing application fee is, okay.
Yeah, they would just like to see a higher number, is what the same.
Oh, again, a general undefined
statement.
number.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it's
okay,
up to
that-
us
that-
to negotiate. It is up to us.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, I know. I'm just trying to get contextual understanding.
It's a little bit confusing.
Okay, so that was the question.
Just to
So
be
I just
clear-
wanted to get understanding of where that was kind of coming from and what was, get more clarity on like what they were thinking. And then the specific value of the fee waiver is calculated at the time of the building permits, if applicable. Are there any fees waived under this policy are considered a local match when projects pursuing state affordable housing funding? The specific value of the fee waiver is calculated at the time of the building permits, if applicable. Is there like an approximate estimate what that is?
Yeah, it could be well, it's hard to ballpark, but I can give you an example for the other 100% affordable project was roughly $2.5 to $3 million fee waiver associated with various impact fees that are allowed to be waived through our affordable housing fee waiver program adopted by council a few years back. And so this project as 100% affordable would be eligible for those incentives as well. And again, it serves as a local match to help with qualification for other funding sources.
Okay, great. And okay. Okay. And then it kind of was touched on your success rate in terms of the development side. But something I really wanted to touch on, which is often forgotten in development, right, is the human side, right? And I would love to get better perspective because I was researching this online. I couldn't find it. So I would love if you could please share with us how Eden has fared in other cities, because I know you have one in Palo Alto, I think a bunch of other cities throughout the Bay Area. And I'm just wondering how that has fared in terms of upward mobility for those residents and success rates and what kind of services you've been able to provide and how you determine what services are provided.
I'm in heaven now. I get to talk about what we really do well after we build it, because I just get to put it together, but the people who run the organization really run it with the mission in mind, and the mission has been going on for 58 years and counting. And that mission is to provide good access to affordable, stable housing for families, for individuals, for seniors, for disabled people, formerly homeless people, and anyone else in between. And so one of the things that we look at is how can we get into an opportunity neighborhood, if you will. Historically, affordable housing hasn't been built, and there's kind of been on the other side and away from the affluence and away from resource-rich communities, not just in California, but across the United States. That's partly why this program was created, was to try and kind of balance that, provide access and opportunity. We know at Eden that your best opportunity is a stable home. And a stable home is a couple of things. It's not just a roof. There's some safety net things that we do just as part of our mission. Some of it is required as part of our finance. But as part of our finance, what we can commit to and what the tax credit program requires is a mere 84 hours of resident services per year. That's the baseline. What Eden does is take it just a little bit further. And that's because we want our kids to be able to thrive. We want our seniors to be able to thrive. We want everyone to be able to do what they want to be able to do with a little bit of hand up, not a handout. And so some of those services almost always include partnerships with local food programs where we do distribution on site. Some communities don't have distribution sites, and so we provide our community room for community-wide distribution. Some of our other communities, for our seniors, for example, our seniors, the most dangerous thing that they can do is isolate and be alone. And so we consider, as a health and wellness baseline, socialization programs for our seniors to get them out of the home. How do we do that? We have gardening programs. We found that they really like that. It's simple stuff. Get out of your house, right? We also did one development in San Jose where transition age youth coming out of foster care were also living in a senior housing development. And so you saw seniors mentoring the young kids, and you saw the young kids helping out the seniors. So things happen when you open up, not to a prescribed amount on how you serve your demographic. One of the other things that we do is key in all of our developments, whether they are senior or family or not, because we do find that sometimes seniors do want to go back for school. And so we at Eden, at our corporate level, sponsor what's called a scholarship program. And we provide over $1 million a year to anyone living in our development who is going on to either vocational school or continuing education after high school. So it could be going back. We help reimburse tuition, books, supplies. The other thing we do is no matter what, we have what's called a financial stability and financial literacy program, because quite frankly, I can't even keep up with all of the scams going on out there. But we're really, really cool in having a great breadth of volunteers, some of our past residents who've gone on to graduate from college and do coding careers, come in and actually teach our kids how to code, or they teach our seniors the basics in how to protect themselves for any kind of financial abuse or fraud. That's just built in our DNA. That's just what we do. So we know we're going to have at least one full-time resident, one full-time resource person dedicated to this property. Probably more than that if we can get funding below the line. But within that operating expense that will be paid for out of the property budget, we'll have one full-time person. And they'll do a whole plethora of things, including directing people to transportation options, helping people get to their doctor's appointments, helping someone figure out how to order things remotely. A lot of remote stuff happening. So it's just a number of things that we go. Our 4 major things that we focus on is service coordination, housing stability support, educational programming, and economic empowerment. That is what we touch every one of our communities.
Great.
I can go into a lot more detail, and I brought actually some stuff that our resource, Vice President of Resources, Resident Services provided. So if you want some additional reading material, I've got that for you.
Oh, I would love it. That
Yeah?
would be great.
Okay,
Yes,
cool.
absolutely. So on that topic, because 120 families here we're talking about, and a lot of this, and I brought this up before about New Mexico and how they actually made childcare free in New Mexico and how it elevated 120,000 people above the poverty line. That being such an important sort of barrier that we have to overcome to make sure that families are able to thrive, that, if it's a single parent or a parent caring for a child with disabilities, that they have the ability to go to work or get an education to improve their socioeconomic status. Is that something that you also can offer to these families in these developments, childcare?
We have incorporated the space for childcare. We're not a childcare operator. What we do is partner up with those who are already licensed by the state of California to provide childcare. But we've done that. We've provided spaces in a number of our developments to where we create the space, we build out the space for that provider, we lease that space to them for $1, and then they go and do their childcare. The childcare is open to the community at large. It can't just be offered to the residents of that building. I think that's with state licensing. That's about as high as my pay grade on childcare licensing can go. But we can do some digging information if you'd like that.
Yeah.
We don't have a childcare space particularly planned at 24 at the first Camino Ramon. We don't have that planned or programmed in that. It takes a lot of thought while you're going through the initial site programming, and we did not contemplate that in the first project. We'll certainly be exploring that in others.
I think it would be fabulous because to my knowledge at this juncture, I haven't heard of one yet that's affordable. And also I think we have to talk about inclusivity when we talk about that, because I can tell you as a parent who raised a child with disabilities, I couldn't find daycare. After school care was impossible. There were so many legal issues and kind of tied into that. These daycares concerned about things like liability, and
Yeah.
they don't want to deal with that. And so, but now you're putting a situation where a parent can't do what they need to do to provide for a family.
Yeah, that's true. It is pretty hard out there, and that's one of the things that our industry, the affordable housing industry, is really taking a look at, and that is how can we provide and accommodate space? Because that's the challenge for the providers out there, is the access to affordable space to build standalone childcare centers. As you can imagine, I mean, it's very, very difficult to finance affordable housing. It's even more so to do a situation like that, but we can combine forces. So at every opportunity, we'll look into providing that physical space for an operator to come in and provide that to the community.
I love it. And definitely I want to learn more about that and talk with you about that at some point.
I'd love it.
I think it'd be great. And I think, we have so much to share mutually from well, for me, it's from personal experience, but for you, it's also an experience from the other side in providing that space, which are both important. So I'd love to do that. And I think in talking about this sort of, the other component is how when I meant like as far as success rate as well, it's not just in the individual succeeding and having upward mobility, but how successful has it been, say, for those new tenants in these, especially in more affluent neighborhoods, coming into a new space, that how successful have they been interpersonally and in general, in transitioning to this newer communities? I mean, are they providing, say, some kind of psychosocial support services to make sure that, they're getting the right access to those resources and the things they need so that they do thrive, that we're not just, we know that it can't just be a home. It has to be a home with wraparound, some kind of wraparound services to make sure that they will thrive.
Yeah, so one of the things one of the metrics that we use to determine whether or not our housing has been proven as a success is how long do our residents stay with us?
Mhm.
Housing stability is one of the best factors to look at that metrics. And stay with us not necessarily out of choice, but also households households are subject to eviction if they don't follow rules or if they don't pay rent. I mean, they are, just like market rate, it's no different. And we looked at our portfolio just recently to see what that average time that someone stays with us. And that average time across our entire portfolio is about 9.5 years. It's longer for seniors. We try and age in place with our seniors so that they move in and maybe finishing in their careers, and we don't want them to move out of state because their rent is still affordable. The other thing we look at is what are the numbers of our kids going to college or on to other vocational schools? And the recent metrics on that was 37% of our kids go on to other education. That's pretty good. It's really good.
Yeah.
But in even more so, we look at our success rate and how many of those kids are coming back and providing volunteer services to the residents who are there, and they're no longer residents. And that's something that it's new data, we are tracking, and we're eternally grateful for them to come back and do those volunteer work.
Thank you so much for that. And I do agree, many of these kids who, have grown up in these circumstances do bring so much heart and passion and dedication. It self-amplifies itself, right?
Yeah.
It multiplies. And I guess like the other thing this is just more of, a comment. The rental units are really important, especially whether we're talking, like you said, whether it's young kids who are going to college, making sure they have somewhere to live that they can afford so they can go to school. And as well as, the seniors who are on fixed incomes, as well as those living with disabilities may be on fixed incomes as well. So the rental units I think are a very important sort of open door to get people who are vulnerable on a path to upward mobility. And probably more so, I would say, yes, it's sort of a stepwise thing. We have the rental, and then they could potentially move into more long-term affordable housing if they still need it, right? And the nice thing about the rental units is that you do have this ongoing sort of verification of income. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. There's a lot of interesting and intricate rules as it relates to people whose income go up, because that does happen in affordable housing. You see people move in, they go to college, they finish college, and then they're professionals. You can't just kick them out, though. There's what's called good cause eviction, and so we have to follow the law on good cause eviction. What we try and do is we try and provide the information to our residents who are in that more affluent. Some do move on and provide other opportunities for the next low-income renter to come in and get the same opportunities that they have. Some don't.
Right, right.
Do you have any other questions?
I think this is my last one, and I promise I'll be done because, just that, I just want to clarify on the parking thing, the 40 units that we were talking about, that's just sort of a backup should we need it, right? Like if we're in a dire strait on the parking, we can do that. And thank you, by the way. Thank you.
Yeah, the request from the commission that they set aside additional units in the event there's a parking problem in the future. And again, it's one of these things that's a little difficult because the project's approved with the parking ratios that are in place right now. There's really not a basis for that other than an insurance plan. And it's something that the applicant hasn't agreed to, and they're at this point.
Right.
Whether or not they would is something for them to discuss.
Got it. Okay, that's it. Thank you. Thank you all so much.
All right, let me go over to Councilmember Minot.
Thank you. Actually, for Dixie, sorry, Lauren. You're next, buddy. No, I'm kidding. It's all very good. Thank you. So a couple of questions. You mentioned in discussing, you use words like our people, our residents. I'm just curious, who are they? What are they? Is this subsidized by federal funding? Is it a Section 8? What is it exactly? Because you use that word, you peppered it across, and I'm just curious what that is. Because I'm only familiar with Eden Housing to the extent of what I know about it in the media and online, but if you could kind of just elaborate more on that.
I'm going to show you.
Yeah.
Here for technical support.
Yeah, thank you. I can finance stuff. I can't do this stuff. No. This graphic that I created and gave to Stephanie are jobs within 1/2 mile of the 2453 Camino Ramon property. So our grocery store clerk, I looked up on their website, what are you paying your grocery store clerk? What are real estate agents making that work in Bishop Ranch somewhere? What is a newbie Dixie making in development firms? You know, across that's the starting salaries. This is who we are serving. We're serving our community members. We're also serving the people who've worked in our community for many years and are living on their Social Security and their other retirement, because As you can see by the household numbers, what's very low and moderate, it's not low. It's not this, it's the income limits for what we're talking about and the people that we create homes for is all of us. It's our community. And where are they now? They might be living with parents. They might be having roommates. They might be overhoused. They might be unhoused. But this is who we will serve. We will serve our community who is working and already in this community.
Thank you. Sorry, let me amplify my question a bit more. And I appreciate that, and I get it. I do. My question really was related to, because Section 8 isn't a dirty word. Section 8 is, and what I mean by Section 8 is it's subsidized housing. So does Eden Housing receive funding from the federal government, subsidized funding from the federal government to
Oh, yeah.
house?
Oh, yes.
That was my question.
Oh,
Okay.
yes. Yes, yes,
Fine.
yes.
Great, good.
Lots and lots.
Good, because you mentioned the longevity is 9 years, et cetera, but
Yeah.
I just, okay, fine, great. So what, and the proverbial question comes back is what do we in San Ramon get back for it? What does the city achieve? Because we're gonna increase the residents here, it's gonna increase, and this is not, don't shoot the messenger. This is something from the community, the feedback from them in general, where what about the extra, because I've seen this in the last 8 months, heard this, what about the extra, are we gonna have extra police? Are we gonna have, what about the infrastructure around the area? What's gonna happen to all of that? What's the benefit to the city? Aside from meeting RENA numbers, et cetera, and I get that, but what is the benefit to the city? And maybe you might not have the answer to it, but maybe somebody can answer it.
I don't have the answer to that.
Fair enough.
That I would look at our city planner and ask that question. I can tell you what we do and what we provide, but there are definitely intrinsic community benefits, and I can't answer that question
Fair enough.
because I don't have that experience.
I think Dixie touched on it already, in the sense of who they are housing in these projects. And it's about providing opportunities for people to live and work in the community. And so, one of the categories here is starting teachers. Right now they may have to commute into the city. Wouldn't it be nice to have your teachers invested in the community that they work in? First responders is another one that we hear a lot about in terms of priority. And so it's about creating a balanced community that can provide housing opportunities for everybody that lives and works here.
I totally get that.
Now,
Maybe I'm not celebrating it enough, and I apologize. This is great stuff. What I'm suggesting, what's coming out from the constituent, the voters, the taxpayers here is, why am I going to, I'm going to flip the tax bill. My property tax bill is going to go up to support folks that live in this, and use the word project in this area.
well, I think one of the questions you might raise is the economics of providing affordable housing, whether it's a requirement from state or not that we pursue this. There's a certain efficiency that comes with a consolidated approach such as Eden's approach versus trying to construct individual units. And also it's a question of being able to serve more people. Now, whether or not this becomes a drain on infrastructure and all these other things, it's very hard to quantify that type of thing. We have, vehicle miles that are created. A facility like this, because of the lower parking ratios that have been documented, is less likely to create some of those problems. So again, it's a difficult question you ask because again, this is a snapshot of a very small part of a 80,000 resident community.
Sure. No, I get that.
Yeah.
I maybe try to answer that one.
Yeah.
So I think what we are getting from that is the workforce that working for our community can live within our community. That's how I see that.
No, and I get that. Again, I get that. This is no, I get it.
I do get that kind of question, so
No.
I'm just giving.
Yeah, no, and I get that. I totally get that. And again, mine was more of the, not the socioeconomic. Mine had to more do with the economic, because it has come up before, and it's that proverbial question that keeps coming up from our population base. So that's all I was trying to address, not the socioeconomic part of it.
I think I would just also mention that, while there are fee waivers and some subsidies that are available, it's not 100% either. That's why these projects look for outside funding as well.
Mhm.
And so it's not to say that the city is necessarily, in terms of processing permits for issuance of all this, we're not going in the hole over all this. We can absorb it into the budget with the fees we do collect. But I mean, I get your point. I just don't really know how to.
That's fair. No, that's fair. It's something that likely somebody will come and ask me, and I have to be able to give them an answer or something. So that's fair. That's okay.
It's competing interests.
Yeah, I get it.
And also to note that, regardless of if you realize an economic benefit or, workforce housing or any kind of way that you can quantify a benefit to the city, we're still required through the state to zone for and provide X number of very low units. So whether or not it's in this project or spread out throughout the project, we still have to provide those units regardless.
No, I
So
get
that I think if you wanted to add an extra economic benefit, not complying with state law would cost the city and its cost communities. So it's more of a complying with law.
Totally. But the housing element that was approved in 2023 was, we met that requirement, correct?
Right.
Okay. And this is we're adding this after. Okay. So.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Just to be clear, the housing element and our compliance with the housing element is the plan for how we're going to meet our standards.
Yeah.
This is physically manifesting how we're going to
Okay.
meet those
Yeah.
standards. And so there's a difference between how we think we're going to get there and opportunities to actually get there.
Yeah, and let me again, this is more about so the public understands the thought process here, because some of it is not, it has to be read between the lines. So thank you for answering that, because that was the answer I was looking for.
Right.
What you just said, but it wasn't as clear. So I wanted to kind of lead the witness and kind of get it out into the open, but thank you.
And I think we have a larger discussion, maybe more of an informational session with the council coming up about the core.
Yeah.
The entire Bishop Branch area, the city center, why the development is going there. That has been a conversation that has kind of ebbed and flowed throughout time here in San Ramon. Again, a larger conversation for a later date about why we're doing what we're doing. But some of the other benefits with the densities, we are seeing more businesses move in and stay. I can anecdotally, mention that those of us that have been here for a while, and in particular Debbie, who's been here 25 years and has heard this over and over, probably over the last 20 years plus. I'll give an example. There's nowhere to eat in San Ramon. We have no great restaurants in San Ramon. We have to go to other cities for restaurants. Not hearing that anymore.
Yeah.
Because of the development in the core, we're attracting and keeping restaurants. And some of those businesses may have moved here on speculation of, okay, the densities are coming in. We're moving in now to get our foot in the door, and then we're going to rely on those densities to keep the businesses going. With development, we'll bring more economic opportunity for the city, and more importantly, more services that the residents have been asking for years. And on that restaurant note, hopefully an Olive Garden at some point. Because that, again, I don't know why, but every meeting where we ask, what restaurant do you want? It's always Olive Garden. So I'll end with that one,
That's
but
actually Chick-fil-A.
All right.
Okay.
Great
Fair
discussion, some great questions. We still have public hearing to go with, and we have more questions to ask. So let's try and stay on questions for the development agreement. And then we can get to the public hearing, and then we'll have time for comments later.
Thank you, Lauren.
I have a question. My question is specifically for the development. So this is for Stephanie. Stephanie, at one slide you shared that for sale or rental. Can we go to that slide, please? Yeah, this one, right? Yeah. So we are going to have a plan for this rental is anyway, this is the one proposal. And then we are having a plan for even affordable ownership within Bishop Ranch at City Village, Second Annabelle Lane, and future condominium developments, right? So what is the guarantee for us that in future you won't come back with the same proposal for those other approvals? How we can get the guarantee that we
So with City Village, it's currently under construction and it has delivered for sale.
Yeah, that's
affordable
good.
homes.
I'm good with
So
that.
that is well underway.
Yeah.
Within 2 Annabelle Lane, that development has on-site affordable housing. And it's a function of the downtown, the DMU North zone. And the site is not a housing opportunity site. I'm giving you a very technical planning response, but the site is not a housing opportunity site. And so there is a mixed use requirement for that site. And we're using state density bonus to waive the retail requirement. So 2 Annabelle Lane, by function of it being a 100% residential development and not a housing opportunity site, will have on-site affordable housing in order to waive that retail requirement. That development is currently in process in terms of entitlements. We're at Architectural Review Board on Thursday. That is on-site for sale affordable housing. Within City Walk and Orchards, we have discussed and are committed to building condominium developments. And that's a different type of development where the cost basis is a little bit lower and the homeowners' dues and insurance and some of those ownership costs that I had outlined with the single family homes, those are a little bit more contained because of the type of building that's developed. And if there is a windfall from a affordable owner, they're incentivized to move out of that condominium development into the housing ladder. And so we have identified a couple of opportunities within City Walk and Orchards, subject to financial feasibility, that we would be building condominium developments, which would have on-site affordable ownership opportunities.
Yeah, but see, if we go ahead, let's say, for our conversation's sake, we go ahead and approve this with the rental, right? There is a very good reason, like as after Dixie, what she shared, what Dixie shared, it is amazing, right? So I don't know how we can say no to something such a fabulous thing, but then when we are moving to the future, how we can have a guarantee? That's because ownership is also very important, right? We want to do a balanced growth. We want to balance between rental as well as the ownership. We love to have both sides, but as maybe Lauren can advise us on that one, how we can protect in that terms.
Well, I mean, I think the easiest way to address that issue is through the approval process that we have. I mean, obviously, we're going through an approval process with a development agreement to deal with the transfer of units and the alternative compliance method. If for some reason this doesn't go forward, they're back to building the units on site. And so all those future projects that are coming in are all subject to entitlement review and conditioning. And so the safeguards can be put in place that way, or, you can at least understand what the proposals are as those future projects come through the process. But again, they're not guaranteed to have a transfer of units off site because our inclusionary ordinance currently requires construction on site unless there's alternative compliance or an alternative proposal. And so that alternative proposal requires subsequent approval by the city.
Okay, so we still can, my understanding, what I understood after, so we still have a guardrails where we can make sure that we can get that for sale affordable units.
Right. So what's been happening is that we have a project that's tangible in front of you, and then we have projects that are in the process that Sunset's been declaring their intent on what they plan to do with that. but those projects still actually have to get approval documents in hand. And so that's the discussions that will happen as part of those projects. Part of it is, as Stephanie mentioned, part of it will be consolidated affordable units. Some of it will be for sale on site.
For sale on site, yeah. So here, our focus is definitely to have balance, both rental and ownership. Yeah, thank you.
And if I might make a suggestion, Vice Mayor Rose, that first slide that Stephanie showed, that showed the potential sites and the buildings, I think that's key because you are not taking all of the affordable units from all those projects and putting them into 3 consolidated affordable sites. I think that started to go around with questions in the community of, well, are you moving all affordable units into these 3 buildings? And that's not the response. So you can see here on the chart, I believe in some of the green areas or the areas that were already built. I'll let Stephanie explain. They've been built with affordable on site, and there will be additional units within there that will be on site affordable. So.
Yeah, that's pretty good info. And also, as I said, we just definitely want to be, at least understand that we have a guardrail where we can make sure that we get the ownership as, and end game is to make sure we have a balance, rental and ownership. That's it. That's my question. That's pretty much.
I just, is it okay if I can confirm a number really quick?
Confirm your number.
Okay, I just want, I know Vice Mayor Burrows went quite exhaustively through that, and thank goodness he did, going through the details of like how many affordable units we're going to get through Eden, which we've determined is 198 affordable, but how many in total based on BR 7, 11, related, Avalon, and Eden? How many affordable units are we getting all together there?
So I'm going to answer in 2 separate ways. In total, Bishop Branch has planned for 8,000 homes.
Right.
Of those 8,000 homes, at least 1,200 homes will be affordable homes to comply with the city's 15% inclusionary housing program.
Which is a 15% minimum.
That's right. So at least 1,200 homes within Bishop Branch will be offered as affordable housing. When we look towards the development agreement, which is currently in front of the city council this evening, the current proposal is there are 198 affordable homes which are being developed as part of Eden's development at Camino Ramon, which would support Bishop Branch 7, Bishop Branch 11, and a portion of Related and Avalon. So 198 affordable homes out of a total of 1,091 homes, which is 18% affordability if you look at the 198 over the 1,091 homes.
Okay, so the affordable on-site units that are at BR 7 and 11 will go to Eden, and a portion of the City Walk ones will go also to Eden. And let's say we reach this 1,200 mark, we still, according to Rena, have to come up with a total, I think, of just over 3,100 affordable, moderate, very low income and very low income units.
Yes, that's correct.
That's a big lift.
That is a huge lift.
All right, questions, Councilmember Adler.
I ceded all my questions to Treehart Mountain. Well, I mean, I like the plan. I like the fact you have this land donated, which is amazing. Sunset development is done. Do we see people filling these, below market housing, the Eden area quickly? Is it going to take a long time to get people in there so we get, money from the people that live there? Because that's important that we have those facilities starting to fill up and money coming in.
For Eden's affordable housing developments, the demand is tremendous. We stop our waiting list, interest list at 5,000. We didn't close those out in the past, but we've had to. We just leased up a 100-unit community in Mountain View in 4 days. So we saw the demand numbers in the market study in San Ramon, and the demand for the affordable housing suggests that we could fill 200 units conservatively in 4 months.
Closure rate, or if somebody is unable to fulfill their obligation as an owner or not a renter, but an owner, I mean, what is that percentage compared to the average in these affordable units? Is it a big drop off? Are there a lot more of that? Or I know you provide services and try to help people to figure their way out of these issues of, maybe they've lost their job or whatever. I know that could be an issue, but what is the difference really in these affordable units between able to stay in there for the long term or having issues with people just can't making the payments?
This is strictly my opinion and what I've seen in the industry over the last 30 years that I've been involved in it. What I know is that market rate rentals in cities that do not have caps on increases, they have no limit. Those rental increases can be $100, $200, $300 a month an increase. That would sink our affordable housing communities because their incomes don't raise at that level. The protections that are in place at the state level is that while there is an affordable housing agreement in place and recorded on that property, and quite honestly, there'll be several, that rental increase is tied to an index that is set by HUD annually and what's called an annual medium income metrics, if you will. It's a whole bunch of numbers based upon what the average income is for a particular county. So it's based on county. So if you look at all the different counties in California, they all have slightly different levels in terms of what the rents are, what they're not. You cannot increase your rent more than what that number is, and those are set by state regulation now. There's a cap at 5% on that now. Eden.
People not able to stay where they they moved into.
Sometimes that happens.
Is it a drastic difference from the average homeowner, mortgage situation that you would see? Is it obviously you don't want to have even if you have a turnover, I suppose the next person on the list jumps in there. Is that what happens if somebody's unable to stay? You have somebody else moving in there?
Yes, we do have long waiting lists so that there is someone, but we try and prevent that person from becoming unhoused. And that's part of the wraparound safety net stuff that we bring to our residents. Market rate communities don't do that. I live in market rate communities. They don't do that. I got a safety net. I better go out and get another job. So and not all affordable housing providers do what we do to that level either. So we're not all the same.
So can we have, Mayor, can we have a presentation for Eden by itself rather than I think we are spending more time on Eden there rather than what we are trying to achieve here.
Yeah, that's why I'd like to keep it focused on the development agreement and kind of what's before the council here. I think it would be great to get either a separate presentation or at least an information packet distributed. And I think you mentioned you have some materials. I'd love to see that also because it's a very interesting program.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's such a big topic that we don't want to just lose our focus on what we are trying to achieve today. So
yeah, I'll answer
and
give you guys a talk anytime,
thank you.
And go into more details. Yeah.
Okay.
Any more questions for me?
Anyone else? Okay. Any other questions from anybody else? Because I got a couple.
I don't think it's a question, but the only thing is that it seems like if we get a presentation on a separate date, we're making a decision today that the subsequent issue 9.4 is, they're kind of all tied in together. So I guess what I'm trying to say is, how do you want to work that out?
Well, I would say if you haven't gotten sufficient information about Eden Housing to make a decision today,
With what we have?
then ask the question now, because, this is your opportunity.
No, I was just asking because contextually, I'm trying to understand what we're proposing.
Yes, if tonight, if this item does not go through or is continued, then the next item is related to the first item, so you would continue the second item. I think that answers your question. And so if the council does feel like they need more information, you do have the option to continue it.
Right.
And then we can get the specifics and meet at the next available opportunity.
Okay, I got a couple simple questions. Just real quick, Lauren, land dedication, that's clearly written in our inclusionary housing ordinance as an option. Have we ever done this before?
Land dedication. It's a good question. I don't know. Have we? I mean, we've done it through the redevelopment agency and providing.
Okay, but not in recent years. This is
No, I can't
this
think
is
of one off the top of my head.
Okay. And then the other question I had for you, and or not sure who would answer this, but in the past, we've had some policies related to prioritization of who goes into units, and that usually applies to either city sponsored or city supported projects and things like that. Does any of that apply here? Are we going to come up with a policy on this? Does Eden Housing have a particular policy? We saw the demographics of the types of people and that sort of thing. And that's probably the target we're looking for. But we've in the past, we've talked about city workers, or, you live in a city, or veterans, or first responders, persons with disabilities, things like that.
Yeah, I know we've done the priority preference for the for sale units as part of the lottery process. I don't know, I'd have to ask Dixie whether they have a priority preference for their process.
We have helped other cities put in preferences, not set-asides, but preferences, because you have to be very careful about not violating fair housing laws, that is providing equal access to all to the development. So we can certainly look at how we do that. It is pretty common for us to do a certain amount with a preference.
Okay, all right, thank you. And let me go to Sunset, I guess, for Stephanie. And just on this slide real quick, you were talking about 2 Annabelle Lane. Is that the one, the affordable housing in BR8 area? Where's 2 Annabelle Lane? Right there.
I just circled it in
Oh,
mid-Bend.
VR12. Okay.
VR12.
Okay. And
It's adjacent to the Doris Eaton School.
okay, right. And so the affordable housing that's indicated there by BR8, is that also being considered right now?
So that is part of our canopy development application that was submitted to the planning department at the end of May and will be at Architectural Review Board on Thursday. That includes a 161 home affordable community, similarly being proposed by Eden Housing.
Okay. All right. I'm trying to get a feel for where the future for sale homes are going to be. And you talked about City Walk. We talked a little bit about this before, and I'm just trying to understand more about where that we will have additional for sale homes coming up in the future. It's not all rental, but we do have some additional for sale as part of the whole big time vision.
And what I've done is I've identified very roughly with 2 magenta circles. One is a development which we're tentatively looking at, which is across the street from City Center, which would be in the City Walk development community. And then there's another development, which we're looking at, which is within Orchards, the Chevron Park redevelopment. Both of those we have earmarked for condominium developments where they would be for sale, multi-story buildings where there would be on-site affordable for sale homes.
Okay, all right. I had a question, but it's kind of been explained about how we arrived at the $3,000 per unit thing and the $800,000 average for a moderate unit and 5% down payment. That's a little complex for me. I didn't quite follow it all, but I'll take your word for it that you guys figured out how to arrive at that number. And then I think Eden Housing answered my other questions on your next financing cycle. I think I heard you say, Dixie, that you're not going to try to do something in this fourth quarter, but anything you're going to try to do for your first round of financing will be maybe first quarter?
Yeah, the schedule for next year isn't set yet from the tax credit agency, but we are anticipating getting ready to submit the first application in May or April, depending upon what their schedule is.
And it sounded like you're somewhat confident, though.
Ever the optimist.
No crystal ball, but it sounds good. We're hopeful.
We're very hopeful.
Okay.
We're very hopeful. We're closer today than we were last week.
Okay. All right.
Sorry. That's a good answer.
Yes, last week was ugly.
All right. And Lauren, you mentioned that we will get periodic updates from staff on how the finance is progressing.
Yeah, we can accomplish that in a couple of ways. We do our weekly memos, and then we can also do a presentation if that's the desire of the council. And we can have Eden come in and let us tell you firsthand how they're doing.
Yeah. Yes. Or just get a report or something that they went through the first round, got approved or disapproved, and they're going round 2 now or something like that.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's a very good point. Actually, we would like to see every time you're going for money, what happened, that result. That would be great.
Yeah, maybe on a quarterly basis.
Yeah,
I
I
would
certainly
want to
don't want to
see-
wait for
frankly, I
an
want to see
annual update.
yeah.
I think this is so important because what's happening is if it's like with the discussion we had earlier, if the financing is not coming through, but we're proceeding with BR7 and 11 and City Walk projects and things like that, we may find ourselves at the 5-year point or something like that, and yet there's no affordable units that have been built. It would be nice to kind of know some of this ahead of time, and maybe we can redirect Sunset that, okay, the financing's not happening, you got to build your affordable units.
We can commit to doing presentations when data is available. I'm not sure quarterly necessarily would have information to provide every quarter, but if they're going in the spring and they find out early summer as to whether they're qualified or not, we most certainly can come in and give an update once we have information to provide.
Okay.
Pretty much like every time they go for a
Sure.
grant, we would just want to know what happened.
Sure.
Okay. All right. Those are all the questions I have. I got some comments and maybe some questions here at the end, but I think we need to move to the public hearing.
I move the motion for open the public hearing.
Okay. We have motion by
Second that.
Councilmember Rose. Yeah. Second, Councilmember Rubio. Okay, the public hearing is open. Do we have any speaker cards?
I have 3 speaker cards for this item. The first from Susie Ferris Intercom.
Okay.
Thank you. Up the one I gave you because it's going to change here just slightly. Mayor and council members, I'd like to express some concerns with what the city is doing here, and even more so after having listened to this discussion. Right now, your schedule is for this to be approved on September 9th. once that, once this ordinance, this agreement is approved, I hope you realize the risk that you're taking on. One, the ordinance states, if approved, Sunset Development will donate land to Eden Housing and no further affordable housing will be needed in Bishop Ranch. Let's be clear that this approval does not mitigate the RENA quotas assigned to the city for affordable housing, and that quota will very likely increase in the next cycle. Thus, this ordinance is excusing Bishop Ranch from having to contribute to a new quota. The ordinance also alters most of the general plan requirements for inclusionary and affordable housing, housing that ensured that such housing was blended into developments to avoid exactly what you're proposing, and that's a block or a distinct project housing. If problems develop with the funding or the approval, and Eden fails to manage properly or get funding, the city will take over. It'll take over. Where in our troublesome budget would such funding come from? And if that happens, you have zero affordable housing to meet your RENA quota. I just don't feel like this has been well discussed. I was going to say something about the fact that watching this take place the way you're doing it, I'm really starting to find it very difficult to understand why any resident or any commissioner or any other reviewing body would want to participate in general plan updates when you so quickly wave it away. It says those housing will be so much per development for a specific reason. And I just want to point out that the city did the same thing with the marketplace by discarding various general plan requirements out of hand. The only obvious difference between then and now is that you are now at least documenting the agreements and changes with an ordinance or an amendment process. I don't consider that planning. I consider that capitulation. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Pam Wallace.
I'm Pam Wallace, and I'm glad Susie made her comments, so I don't have to, regarding the ordinance CA 179 that's requiring the housing to be inclusionary in each unit. But I will do this little math I was doing in my head because we saw Canopy present it not too long ago. So that's affordable housing. Now this one. So that's 200 units for this one, 198. And then Canopy, I think, was 164. So that's rounded up to 200 units. Out of the 8,000 units that are a part of these projects, we're saying 1,200 is supposed to be affordable. So if 400 are going to be put in two complexes, that's a third of the housing that's going to be not inclusionary, but in two separate developments. So I think that's where the city manager was saying that's floating around. People are doing the math. So I'm concerned that our council is not exercising your strength and power to require what we need from the developers. Sunset is relinquishing their responsibility by putting this in Eden Housing. Eden has a great track record, but they're saying the housing funding is coming from their federal tax credits. And in this environment, are we really sure that that's going to take place? So are we considering any safeguards for the council to say, if you don't get this housing built, then we require Sunset to do it in a sooner fashion? They shouldn't start building projects unless this affordable housing is going step by step along with it in sync, because this housing is supposed to be meeting that responsibility of these for market, for sale housing developments. So I'm just suggesting that's one way that you can safeguard and limit the city's liability from the housing, affordable housing not being developed, if we're going to relinquish the responsibility of the developer, Sunset Development, from actually doing what they're supposed to be doing, which is building the affordable units. So I'm really concerned too about the risk liability for the city. Maybe we should continue the discussion until we think about what safeguards the council can put into place to make sure that we are limiting our exposure from this not happening and running the risk of our not meeting our affordable housing building quotas. And last thing I'll say is, still waiting to see the traffic studies. I'm still waiting to see what the cumulative impact is going to be on traffic based on every new housing development that's coming up to be approved. Now I'm at 16 units that have been approved based on the recap that we've seen. And I just am concerned that the cumulative effect of traffic is not being considered, because when I'm coming out of Whole Foods on Saturday morning when the marketplace is going on, there's a lot of traffic already. And that's before 16 units have been developed. Thank you.
Thank you, Pam. Next speaker, please.
Sharad Kathrani.
Hello, Mayor, Council Member, and City Manager. So there are like multiple things here. One is the Avalon Bay apartment from which we are City Walk rental. We are moving the units. It's not in DMU North, if somebody has looked into it as such. Apart from that, BR11 and BR7. BR7 is owned by KB Homes, and nowhere inside any of the agreement KB Homes name shows up. So I think we should still at least acknowledge who is the owner of the properties, because Sunset doesn't own KB Homes. That's factually wrong. If Sunset is representing KB Homes, they should have a letter from KB Homes saying like they are representing this company. So this kind of mistake shouldn't happen at a city at this level. One more point of $3,000 per unit. $3,000 per unit is like extremely low because every unit that gets sold and transferred over, the developer gets $1 million benefit on it. So we are talking a significant discount. And inclusionary housing provision should basically keep the units in the same place, not in different. So we don't want to make a Section 8, and we are going to make a couple of them. So that's a few of my inputs, and I want city to reject this proposal, this agreement, or at least safeguard our residents, because if 5 or 10 years down the line, if we have to find another developer to fix this, how are we going to pay them? And for $1 million, right, that's a really low amount of money we are taking in behalf of the bigger discount we are giving on the inclusionary housing provision. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
That was the last speaker card.
Okay. And did we have
I'll
written
move.
comment on this item?
We, written public comment not for this item, on the next.
I'm sorry.
We have to close the public.
Close the
hearing.
public hearing.
I'll move to close the public.
Oh, okay. Got a motion to close the public hearing?
I second.
All right, got a motion and a second. You gotta hit the button there. Vice Mayor. Okay, public hearing is closed. So now the matter is before the council. So let's have comments now at this point. We've heard heard the public hearing, and let's hear what people want to say.
So can I start?
Go ahead.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Okay, first of all, thanks to staff and to our planning commission. This is pretty complex And this is very important, how our city is going to shape up, right? For now, as well as for our future generations, how our city is going to serve our residents. So keeping that in mind. Okay, so one of the key thing that always we are working towards how we can reach our RENA numbers and also how we can get to reach our affordable housing. That's always being a focus of myself as well as for the council that I work with. So there are a few things. As such, the numbers, I know we want to have a balanced way of doing things. One is rental and other one is for sale. I keep repeating this multiple times because because there are a lot of pros and cons on both sides, which already we discussed so many times. I don't want to repeat all those pros and cons, but our focus is that we want to get both balanced development for our community. And within this whole thing, I do see our planning commissioner's recommendation. One thing is definitely about the $3,000. That's one thing is definitely concerning me. It's not about the dollar amount as such, but I want to see how we can do something where our community can benefit. Maybe something we should see because especially these developments, BR1A, BR7, BR11, and Eden, all of them are lined up next to Highland Arts Trail. Pretty much, right? So I want to see how we can, for these residents, so that not only these residents, even community can enjoy and improve services on Iron Horse Trail. So I would like to definitely see that to be added because, you know, the dollar amount is always dollar amount, but then in the end, the community really see the things that happen as an action. So keeping aside the $3,000, whatever we are getting, then I would definitely like to see something which we should be able to enhance our Iron Horse Trail as part of this overall approval or overall plan. And then I'm also concerned about the parking slots for Eden. Looks like 0.5, which is for seniors. These seniors are going to be 55 plus. Nowadays, 55 plus are too young. They do have a lot of activities. Unlike, I don't think they'll be purely dependent. But then I keeping in mind that the future, how our urban areas are going to transfer with this whole AI and autonomous vehicles and public transit and all that. Even keeping that in mind, I would think that we need to at least have one parking spot per resident for the seniors. So that's those are the two things I can think of at this point.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Let me come over. Councilmember Rubio, let me start with you.
Okay, so so just to sort of going back a little bit, I feel like, you know, if we're going to get a presentation from Eden, which I would love, I feel like that should come before we make a decision because it's important to have all information before, not after. The other thing is, I know you kind of mentioned it, the mayor mentioned a little bit about the breakdown of the 300K per unit. But Stephanie, if there's a way you could get that to us, it would be really great for us to see visually where those numbers are coming from. I would also like, I know I asked about some of the suggestions made by the Planning Commission. And, you know, so I think this, you know, CPI makes sense. Like I said, you know, I think getting the regular updates, which they recommended, makes sense. You know, but I think like Vice Mayor Veros mentioned, I do share some concern with the, you know, seniors only having, half of them having parking available. I do realize that many may be using alternative forms of transportation, like County Connection or, future of automated vehicles, what have you. But I think it's important to better understand how those numbers are being derived and where they're coming from. Like, how do they determine that 50% is enough, for seniors? And then, and I think talking about the ratio, again, that was another issue from the Planning Commission that I want to better understand, because there was no specifics really given about that. It was just sort of thrown out there, I want more, but no real sort of specifics on that. I think would help. And yeah, so I'm a little bit, right now, I feel like there's still information that we want, I'm hearing, and there's a need for more information, not a ton, but still important information that is, I think, important, critical for us, or at least myself, to be able to make an informed decision and feel confident with a preponderance of the information that we are, safeguarding and making sure that those affordable units will in fact be there, that we are creating an environment that is balanced. I personally do not want, while I think, always, if we can get more affordable units, I think it's great, but I would like to see diversity in how we disperse that. I would like to see Eden housing affordable units as well as mixed income affordable units. I don't feel comfortable seeing just, everything being consolidated into one structure, put it that way. I think there has to be a balance. We have to have diversity in that. It would be my opinion, just to make sure that we're creating a very sort of inclusive environment. But that would be my main takeaway at this point.
Okay, Councilmember Schweinert.
Yeah, thank you. I agree. I think we need more information. But there's something else that it sort of triggered me a little bit was in the agreement, section 13.1, there's a right to assign, and it's developer has the right to sell or transfer all or portion of the covered sites and the BR affordable site to any wholly owned subsidiary of developer, or to assign its interest in this agreement that pertains to such portion of the property sold or transferred without city approval. And it's the without city approval that I'm concerned about. Not that Sunset doesn't have a right to do what it wants with its own land. It's if I could see a scenario where if Eden bails and Sunset has to do something with the property, then what's the safeguard for the city? Then how do we recoup that loss? We're sort of stuck with nothing at the end. And that's sort of the parade of horribles that I have in my head. What happens if in that scenario? And it's that term without city approval that, and it's on packet page 166, 13.1. That's the only comment that I have.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Adler.
There's a lot in this agreement that I like. I don't think we should make a final decision until we have some of these questions answered about the parking, about the, I also agree, I'm not sure I understand the $3,000 figure. I do like a lot of this thing, but I think this is such a big decision that we need to make sure that we understand every little nuance, especially as Robert Schweinert mentioned the assignment factor. So I think I would like to have those questions answered before we make a final decision.
Okay. All right. Well, I mean, I've got a couple thoughts, and some of it relates to what's already been said. And first, I'll I also appreciate the spoken comment that we had. We got some written comment earlier, or at least as part of planning commission meetings and things. I've watched the planning commission meetings. Frankly, I think I have all the information I need to make a decision. I'm not sure I have all the outcomes I want, but I think I have the upfront information, but I'll get to more of that in a minute. I think we've had plenty of discussion on the for sale versus rental. There's pros and cons. There's been a lot in the papers lately about this. But it's certainly a demographic that's kind of struggling to find local housing right now. And it's certainly a part of the inventory I think we need in a modern downtown to have rental units. So, and I think ownership, yes, it does come with some challenges. I'm a homeowner. I've got 2 kids that are homeowners, and they're struggling with some of the things that were mentioned today. And 2 of my kids are renting, and so they don't have those same struggles. They got their own issues. And I'm very impressed with Eden. You gave us a lot of information tonight, and you have a great track record. And I think the resident services that you provide, the care, the assistance, all that kind of help that you provide is great, and it's going to help people stay in homes. And I think that's what you're all about. And you have like I said, super track record. You've done this all over the place. I'm encouraged by what you're saying about the ability to find financing. I was a little bit concerned about the whole, what happens if. I think that if thing is always going to be out there, and I don't think we're ever going to have a guarantee if you don't get the financing. But this brings up a question I didn't ask earlier, so I'm going to ask it now, maybe for Lauren, before I move on. And this is on my packet, page 116. It's in the recitals, letter N, and I could start to read it here. While the timeline for issuance of occupancy permits on the covered sites will not be dependent on the construction of affordable units, housing units on BR affordable housing site, the parties understand that the land dedication of the BR affordable housing site and payment of the housing fund contribution will not fully satisfy all low income, very low income, and moderate income, if applicable, inclusionary housing ordinance requirements associated with all the covered sites, and that any shortfall will be satisfied through construction of on-site affordable housing units or compliance through another city-approved alternative method. I don't know, if I'm reading that right, that basically says if this doesn't work, they still got to provide the affordable housing.
Yeah, so one key component of this is that any of these projects that were previously approved to build units on site, we actually have to go back and modify those approvals. And so in the case of City Walk, only a portion of those units will be satisfied, whether it's Avalon Bay or related, whoever comes in, first come, first serve. The balance of those units have to be constructed on site because that's the requirement of the current approvals. And again, this opens the door for the transfer of units. It doesn't actually accomplish it. We have to go back and modify those prior approvals because the prior approvals currently have these units built on site and as for sale units. And so we would modify the terms and conditions of those approvals to be consistent with this document. But yeah, there's a whole nother process that we go through in order to finalize the transfer of the units. And to your point, not all the units are going to be accomplished on this one project. There's other approvals that will need to happen if they want to transfer the balance of those units to an affordable site.
But nothing in this document gives Sunset a pass on building any requirement for affordable housing.
No.
In accordance with our inclusionary housing ordinance.
Right. What we're doing is creating a new set of terms, which is actually a higher affordability level that has to be satisfied. Now, again, the units that are covered sites, will be addressed by the dedication of land in the building of this project. If for some reason 5 years goes by, it doesn't happen, 10 years goes by, it doesn't happen, the city gets the land and the impact fees and a rough graded site. But ultimately, that's the surety that we get, is the land value associated with this and the ability to pursue another developer to build the project. Not perfect, but it's also a benefit if it works. So.
Okay. All right, thank you. And well, let me finish my thought here. And just kind of wrap it up, and then I want to throw out my two bits related to what we've also heard right now. First, I see this whole thing as kind of a win-win, right? Sunset gets, they're going to win because first of all, they wouldn't be proposing this if it was bad for them. They're a business. They want to succeed. And frankly, we as a city want every business in the city to succeed. So I don't have a problem with them kind of proposing this and that they get some benefit out of it. But I see that the city is winning as well in this. I mean, we get more affordable units through this. We get deeper affordability. We don't have the moderate units. We get more very low and low income units. We get a contribution to our affordable housing fund. These things are, frankly, I'm not even sure they're all required. I think a lot of these are generous offers on the part of Sunset, and if anything, we ought to be thankful for those things. But we get something out of this, and my personal opinion is I don't know that we really even need the 28 more affordable, moderate housing units. It's okay to give those up and get more very low and low. We have a higher requirement to provide those deep into the future. And having said all that, this is kind of where I want to get into maybe where we need either a concession this evening or more homework here. But I want to first start with the parking thing. And just the whole idea of mixed use, right? This is DMU. This is a mixed use area, and in any mixed use, you're going to have retail, you're going to have commercial, you're going to have housing, whatever. You're going to have shared. You're going to have parking for everybody, and this parking issues come up several times tonight. I heard the Planning Commission discussing it as well. There's no on-street parking. I was over at BR 15 today, and right there, and it's right across the Iron Horse Trail from the service center where the land dedication is going to be. It's right at the corner of BR 7 and the service center, and there's a bridge right there that goes over to that BR 15, and it just seemed, and there's a ton of extra parking over there. It just seems easy to throw some language into the development agreement to memorialize that, yeah, Sunset, we know they're going to take care of it, but let's memorialize that and have something in there that says it is going to be taken care of. It's not just because it's in a CC&R. It's not just because they're responsible, landowner and developer. But let's go ahead and put it in there. That's my thought on the parking, and I don't know if we got to specify 40, but it might be even language that's just says if there is a problem, a shared parking agreement will be developed to accommodate whatever the problem is, something like that. We've had issues. I hear the ratio that was thrown out there, and we did our Aspenwood housing project, and it's got parking on the ground floor, and at first everything was fine. Now I'm starting to hear occasional concerns about parking over on street parking or in the neighborhood next door. So these aren't, Eden Housing is not assisted living. It's not skilled nursing. These are active seniors that are going to be in this project. And I think we ought to consider at least documenting that need. Okay. Secondly, and this is where I want to kind of get into what Vice Mayor Veros was talking about, and this, how did we arrive at the 3,000, or should there be more? I also believe that there ought to be some kind of a tangible community benefit type thing. If you look back at the overall City Walk agreement back from 2020 and the Exhibit E, and it talks about amenities, benefits to the city, and there's a schedule, a loose schedule. There's some loose amenities that the city will gain as part of that exhibit. And these are, all those things can probably be tied to some dollar amount. I don't know what the dollar amount would be for all those things. It would be as it's kind of acted on. But I do think that, and there's triggers for, maybe it's after a certain number of units are permitted or something like that for that. But while I think this offer from Sunset is generous on this deeper affordability, the more units, affordable units, the housing fee and all that sort of thing, our residents can't see all that stuff. And I think there ought to be something tangible that can be seen as a community benefit. The Iron Horse Trail is a perfect example. All these units we're talking about tonight, BR7, BR11, 1A, 3A, they all back up against the Iron Horse Trail. And we've heard recently even discussion about our county supervisor who's got funding and is already in the design phase for a dual tracking along the Iron Horse Trail. Is there, and sort of my question, kind of where I'm going with this, is there a way that we can somehow come up with a monetary figure to where we can throw it in a beautification fund? We can create an Iron Horse Trail enhancement fund. We can do something that's on par with what we've seen for the affordable housing fund, but it'd be, to me, roughly equivalent to that, but going to more of a general community benefit type fund. And I know you want to answer that right now, but let me see if I got any other thoughts here before I let you do that. Yeah, I guess I'll kind of stop at that. I had some other things I wanted to kind of cover here, but I would just like there to be something where Sunset demonstrates in good faith. They have historically been a good partner with the city of San Ramon. I shouldn't say partner. They've been, but supportive of our vision. Our vision, it generally aligns with their vision. And I just think that if we could have something that we could tap into, some kind of a fund, a monetary fund that can go towards either Iron Horse Trail improvements or something on par with, what was for the Affordable Housing Fund, that to me would be a fair addition. I think that would be something our community could see, and I think it's reasonable. And I get the whole thing where Sunset is concerned about, they've given up land already, and they've got to make this thing pencil out for Eden Housing, and they're giving up some of the funding for for their moderate rate units and things like that. But they're going to be able to sell now what had been affordable units at a market rate, and I think they can do this for us. So now I'll throw it over to you. You look like you're chomping a bit here to say something.
not chomping, but a couple of questions or a comment and then maybe a clarification. One thing to remember is both Bishop Ranch 7 and 11, as well as the City Walk projects, are all required to pay development impact fees and park fees. In the case of the City Walk projects, it's tied to the development agreement you mentioned, which is triggered by certain building permits and other improvements throughout the area. But 7 and 11 are actually going to be contributing funds to all the various impact fees we collect, open space, as well as parks and traffic and everything else as applicable. So that's one thing to remember. There are resources there. How those resources get allocated, whether it's to some CIP fund that relates to Iron Horse Trail or something, that's the council's discretion to set something like that up. With regard to the 3,000, just a clarification, are you suggesting that that 3,000 be redirected, 3,000 per unit be redirected, or you're suggesting an additional
I'm suggesting an additional.
of 3,000?
The 3,000 for the Affordable Housing Fund, I think that's good. That's generous. That's nice. But however they arrived at that, again, I didn't quite fully follow the math.
Okay.
But I'm proposing a similar amount that would go towards something that is more tangible and visible for our residents, for our community members, for our future residents.
Okay. And then one last point I would just make is keep in mind that the design review of both of these projects, 7 and 11, also took into consideration the guidelines for the walking district in terms of path widths and meandering and things like that, and connection points. So
right,
that was also part
and
of
that's a great point, because I was going to bring that up too. I think Sunset has made some moves to help us with wider sidewalks or benches or other amenities as part of the walking district. And this area is within the walking district, and so is the Iron Horse Trail.
Yeah. But what I'll just finish with is those are guidelines, not requirements. So
Understand?
Okay. And then, of course, who has jurisdiction over the Iron Horse Trail raises some questions in terms of how you might do improvements along there. So.
Well, that's always been a challenge, and my thought on that would be, I'm sorry, city manager, but my thought on that would be, we take the burden of that and not throw that on Sunset. They give us the funding, and we would take care of the coordination for any improvements, whether that's additional, and we have CIPs for some of the stuff, but additional shade structures or seating or assistance with the dual tracking, or maybe it goes towards the bridge or Crow Canyon. I don't know,
But as Lauren mentioned, we can create like Iron Horse Trail, CIP, some CIP.
Well, again, it's not our jurisdiction, so.
Oh, no. So
Yeah.
the CIP, we can create our CIP, right? But jurisdiction is not about that,
I'll
but
defer to the engineers on that.
no,
yeah.
yeah, the coordination is complex. That's why
Right.
we haven't been able to make a lot of progress.
There could be a fund established, but with the huge caveat that we don't control any of the land, and we'd be reliant on approvals from East Bay Regional Parks and dealing with the pipeline and the power lines.
Right.
Plus anything that we may propose as an improvement, we would also have to take into consideration future maintenance. I am not as concerned with capital improvements as I am with what's it going to cost to maintain over the years, because that's what is the burden on the city. So all those can be addressed. It's just what the outcome may be. We don't know because of all those variables.
Yeah. So I think there are variables for everything. The whole project is a variable, right? So there will be variables, but I think we need to focus on creating some fund. Then we'll figure out how to work with our other stakeholders, and then we should be focused on getting whatever the achievements that we want to do it on our part of Iron Horse Trail. So if we keep worrying about variables and is it not going to happen and all that, now we don't want to have a fund. No, that's not the thought process. The thought process is let's get the fund, let's get the money, we can figure out how to spend that money once we have it in our CIP.
So if I understand correctly, because the properties that are owned by Sunset, they will be handling all of the maintenance as it pertains to their open space here, like the parks and areas, like say in the orchards and all of that, like they will be maintaining that. Is that correct?
In terms of, we might be mixing up two topics. The City Walk has a whole park plan associated, which are privately owned and maintained, such as the one going in next to Belmont Village. They are responsible for the construction and maintenance of those park spaces.
Right.
With regard to the actual housing developments like BR7 and 11, as was mentioned, BR7 is being developed by KB Homes, and then ultimately they're going to be have a homeowners association that will manage the facilities within the project. So those common areas and things like that are all done by the association, not Sunset. It'll be the homeowners association.
For the HOAs?
For the,
Yeah, right.
yeah, for the residential projects.
Okay.
But yes, the publicly accessible, privately owned and maintained parks that are part of the City Walk Development Agreement are all going to be owned and maintained by Sunset.
Okay, and just to be clear, I just want to make sure this is really clear. So if for some reason, I think the unusual risk that we're finding ourselves in, and nobody has a magic, ball to look through to see the future, is that we don't know how things may change at a federal level that could impact what Eden Housing would normally do and normally have the success at doing, right? We don't know that. There's no way to see that future. And so if for some strange reason that happened, it doesn't work out, are you saying that unequivocally that those units, it won't be 198 units, it will be the units that were originally proposed, which I think was like 138, that Sunset will retroactively fulfill those affordable units?
No, what happens is under the terms of the development agreement, if for some reason the Eden project falls through and another developer isn't able to be found to build that particular site, the site is graded and with impact fees comes to the city. The city would then own it, and then we would need to find another developer to build that site. But the obligation, once the transfer of land is complete, is done at that point.
So Sunset would not be able to help us at that point to fulfill those affordable units in retrospect?
Well, only the ones covered by the development agreement would be the ones that would be.
Oh, the
already
ones that were
satisfied.
remaining.
There's other units elsewhere in the core area that are still obligations for Sunset. But this one only relates to the covered sites and the potential Eden site. And the surety that in the event something goes horribly wrong is we get the land, improved land and impact fees to help subsidize another project on that site.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we're coming up on 11 o'clock. We're gonna have to.
Sorry, Mayor, I just have
So
a
we're
follow-up
not gonna be
question.
able to finish this right now, I don't think. But I think we need a motion to move beyond 11 o'clock.
I'll move to extend our time by another 30 minutes.
I'll second.
Okay. Got a motion and a second to extend by 30 minutes increments. Okay, and we need to take a break also. And, but you want to ask your question or make your comment?
Yeah, if I can, thank you. Lauren, you mentioned something about that the city gets the land. I feel like I have to qualify everything every time I say something, but I don't doubt it. I'm just saying, because on page 166, back to section 13, transfers and assignments, it contradicts what you said, but not that you said it incorrectly. Maybe I'm reading it wrong, but if you could elaborate on that on the.
Transfer and assignments relates to the covered sites, not the receiver site. And so if I'm understanding your comment correctly, so what happens is the projects that are being approved by Sunset, they can sell them off to somebody to build them, like KB Homes or like Lennar or any of the builders around. Avalon is another one and related. So those are all developers that will be working on these sites that are covered by this development agreement. So they can assign the rights related to the development agreement. And so again, the other part of this though is in the case of the receiver site, if Eden falls through and it's still within the 5-year term, we can pursue another builder to do it. Sunset can continue to look to find somebody to build that project. If after the end of the term, nothing comes of it, then it gets dedicated to the city. And again, I'm not sure I'm understanding your question. Can you tell me what page you're looking at specifically again?
It was packet page 166.
Yeah, I think the problem I have is that mine are different than yours.
It would be section 13 in the development agreement.
Okay, section 13.
Because in one sense, it says without city approval, and in the second sentence, it says that it's the city manager would
Yeah,
consider
no.
and decide the assignment.
If
Again,
if I could jump in real quick on 13.1, it does say that you can do that without city approval if they assign to any wholly owned subsidiary of their own. So it's basically internal transfers that we're talking about, but as opposed to assigning and selling to a third party entity that when they sell or assign to a third party entity, then that would fall under section 13.2, where it talks about the city manager shall consider and decide on any assignment in this agreement.
That's the second part of 13.1, where it says, or to assign its interest in the agreement that pertains to
To
such
such portion of the property.
that goes to
sold
the
or
city manager.
transferred.
That's
Excuse me?
that's the city manager that would review that, correct? Sorry, finish.
Yes.
Go ahead. Okay.
Yes,
Okay.
so it's just two separate, the section 13 talks about two separate scenarios. One would be the internal transfer, if you will.
Mhm.
The other would be a transfer to some other entity that would take over control
Outside,
of the
yeah.
property.
Got it. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
We still need to figure out if we're gonna approve this for this evening and continue it to the September 9th or not. But let's take a 10-minute break and then reconvene. All right, thank you. Okay, we're back in session here and appreciate your patience with taking a break. I know we threw a lot out in that last session and it was good discussion, good questions, good answers. I would like, we still have to come up with where we're going to go from here tonight and at our next meeting. But I'd like to give Stephanie the opportunity to come up. And you've heard what we've said tonight, but what you may have to say now may influence where we go for the rest of the evening.
Good evening, Mayor Armstrong, and council members. I appreciate the opportunity to respond. I'm going to highlight the 3 items that have been part of the conversation that I hope to respond to provide some clarity in terms of hopefully a path forward in the discussion for the development agreement. As it relates to parking, Eden did provide a parking study as part of their approval process for 2453 Camino Ramon. And it provided feedback and parking ratios for a number of their developments within the Bay Area, including parking ratios for both family developments and senior developments. And the parking which is proposed within 2453 Camino Ramon falls within line within the operating affordable communities that they have in the Bay Area, where those buildings are occupied, they have residents in place, and parking has not been issues for those developments. With that being said, Sunset and Eden are amenable to including a provision within the development agreement such that if parking becomes an issue, we will solve for parking within the larger Bishop Branch development. So that's
Okay, well, I appreciate that first point. I mean, quite frankly, if it's a problem, people are going to start parking over there in BR15 anyway. So whether it's agreed to or not, that's going to happen. But I appreciate that offer. So thank you. What your next point, please?
point number 2. So Eden Housing, as we've discussed throughout the presentations, both with the Planning Commission and previously, is a highly reputable nonprofit affordable housing developer. Prior to working with Sunset Development, I had a really great execution of affordable housing at Alameda Point. They absolutely have qualified developer materials that they can provide to the city council. Probably not tonight, given that the clock is ticking, but they can get supporting materials about firm qualifications and developments to city staff and hopefully for distribution to the city council this week so that you all can see kind of their firm qualifications. If there's any specific information that you would like them to provide, they're more than happy to do so. I know that they have tens of thousands of units that they actively manage, so they can probably answer any and every question that you may have in the queue.
All right, thank you for that. And just a reminder for the council, the Eden Housing project has already been approved. So what additional information we get in the future is good information. And it may help us with the development agreement and things like that, but that project has been approved already. And what we're talking about with this development agreement is a voluntary agreement between the city and the developer. And we just have to keep that in mind. Okay, thank you. Your third point?
Item number 3. So with the third item, one of the things that we really focused on between Alex Jr. and myself as we worked through our affordable housing proposal was looking at what other Bay Area jurisdictions do and exceeding what other Bay Area jurisdictions do as it relates to the provision of affordable housing within master planned communities, within off-site executions, with the provision of affordable housing as rental in lieu of for sale, and developed a program that exceeded all of the expectations that are done within other Bay Area jurisdictions. So it's deeper affordability, it's an increase in the number of units, and it's a monetary contribution towards the city. And we absolutely wanted to put together a very strong proposal out of the gate so that it wasn't, we're going to put in the bare minimum and then have extensive negotiations back and forth. With that being said, we are amenable to a comparable fee for Iron Horse Trail improvements of $3,000 per door, if that's something that the city council is focused on for approving this development agreement.
Okay, thank you for that as well. At this time, I'd like to get advice of the city attorney if we need to take another break and actually refine the language of the development agreement to satisfaction or continue the item.
If it's the intent of the council to approve something with these terms, then it would be advisable to give staff a break to come up with some language. We would then introduce that ordinance because we haven't introduced any ordinance at this point, but we would introduce the ordinance now as amended.
Okay. I think that's what I would like to do. What does the council want to do?
Yeah, I agree with it. Do we need to move motion for taking a break?
If you would direct us by motion, that would probably be best.
Okay, in that case, I'll move the motion to take a break so that we can amend the motion.
I'll second that.
And just to clarify, this is to clarify additional change language in the ordinance.
It's to amend it based on the.
As described by the developer's representative, yes.
Yes.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Okay, then let's take, let me ask, how much time do we need to take a break? We tried this once before and we probably went longer than we thought we were going to go, but 15 minutes?
Yeah, and yes, and we'll also need a motion to continue past 11:30.
Okay, but we'll get to that here in a second.
I guess, Lynn,
gonna-
I guess I'd defer to staff and developers representative about how much time it would take to amend. It seems to me we could do it in 15 minutes. And I'm getting nods.
Okay,
There's.
looks like we're getting some head nods. Okay, we'll do 15 minutes. Let's get a motion to extend beyond 11:30.
I'll move to extend beyond 11:30.
Motion and a second. Okay, we're taking a break for 15 minutes. Thank you, everybody.
He was coming.
Ready? Okay, we're back in session and I'd like to, I guess, ask, will be Mr. Barr, are you gonna give us what the outcome is here and what's the modification and
I'm gonna
so we can
actually
figure out
turn
what to do next?
Turn it over to the city attorney to walk through.
All
the
right,
changes.
good, thank you.
Okay, so we are going to make a few amendments to the agreement. And starting with changing the title of section 6, which shall now which currently reads affordable housing requirements. And that's on page 4 of the agreement, 4 of the agreement.
Right.
I won't try to list packet page.
160 for us.
For you, okay. 105 for, I think, the rest of us. That title will now be Affordable Housing Requirements and Developer Obligations. And we will add a section 6.10 entitled Iron Horse Trail Improvements. And it will read as follows. In addition to the land dedication, developer agrees to pay the city a fee of $3,000 for all residential units at BR7 and BR11. On each annual anniversary of the effective date, the fee shall be adjusted based on a change in the Consumer Price Index, CPI. The CPI shall be the monthly consumer price index for all urban consumers, CPI-U, U.S. city average. All items as published by the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics on the anniversary of the effective date. The adjusted fee shall be calculated by increasing the current fee by the same percentage change in the CPI. The payment to the city will be made at time of each building permit issuance, and the payment will be deposited into a fund to be used for improvements on or adjacent to Iron Horse Trail. Secondly, there will be an added section 6.11. The project is approved with a parking reduction with state density bonus provisions. In the event that guest parking becomes a concern, the applicant/HOA may enter into a parking agreement with the office complex. That would be the office complex at BR15 to provide overflow guest parking for the proposed project. The applicant shall provide a parking management plan for city review outlining how the concept for offsite guest parking will be administered. The parking agreement will be recorded on the properties and lay out the responsibilities of each party.
Can you give me the title of 6.11 again?
That would be contingent parking obligation.
And the title of 6.10 also?
Iron Horse Trail Improvements.
Thank you.
That's all the changes.
Okay, thank you. So with those changes, first of all, in general, is council satisfied with the changes as city attorney has laid them out?
Yeah,
Want to
I'm
kind of
good.
get some head nods?
I'm good.
Okay, so then at this point, we have business to do. And I'm looking for my agenda. What I do? Here. So at this point, we need to introduce the ordinance as amended, waive the reading and read by title only, an ordinance approving the development agreement by and between the city of San Ramon and Sunset Development Company relative to the development known as Bishop Ranch Affordable Housing Site, Bishop Ranch Affordable Housing Site Development Agreement.
So I move the motion.
I second.
City Attorney, is that adequate?
Yes, you did say as
As amended.
amended, yes.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Okay, and I guess the second thing we need to do, sorry about this, we need to also decide if we're going to continue the item and set the ordinance for adoption at the city council meeting scheduled on 9 September. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, so because I probably could have included that before, but since I didn't, let's get a motion and a second on that as well.
I move the motion.
I'll second that.
Okay, motion and a second. Okay, motion adopted. So the item is continued and set for ordinance adoption at the city council meeting scheduled on September 9th. Okay. Thank you. Now, we do have an option here to continue with item 9.4 or defer it. I'd say it's related to what we just did. And I would say we can continue to drive on here. We've already extended till midnight, and so I'd say we move on with item 9.4, and I'll ask the city clerk to introduce that. Or not, maybe not. I'll do it. That's 9.4. This is a public hearing. Hold on, let me go back to my notes.
I have it if you would like me to read it.
You got it?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Item 9.4, public hearing ordinances next in line, City Walk Development Agreement amendments for Bishop Ranch 1A and Bishop Ranch 3A. Staff report by Lauren Barr, Planning Services Division Manager.
Okay, thank you. Lauren.
All right, still got the right date on here, so. All right, the project location, this relates to the Bishop Ranch 3A site and Bishop Ranch 1A site within the City Walk Master Plan area. The City Walk Master Plan, as you're aware, is approved for up to 4,500 dwelling units, a hotel, and about 170,000 square feet of commercial. It also includes new parking structures, parks, and related amenities over the next 25 years. There are 2 housing approvals that relate back to the development agreement we just entertained, and that's for the Avalon Bay Apartments and the related apartments. And so we just finished a discussion about the Eden Housing and the receiver site. And so these DAs will allow for the transfer of units outside of the DA amendments will allow for the transfer of units to the receiver site. Currently, the development agreement limits the affordable houses to within the specific the City Walk Master Plan. So again, what this does is it amends the prior agreements and it creates 3 different areas for the transfer of affordable housing alternatives. One is that the units be constructed on the master plan property. It could be also constructed affordable units outside of the master plan property subject to city approval. And then the third option is the dedication of land consistent with the inclusionary housing ordinance, similar to what was just done with Eden. The second part of the amendment relates to the subsequent approvals under the development agreement, and it ties back to the Housing Element Program 22, which is a city commitment to streamlining subsequent approvals of the City Walk Master Plan. The basis for that streamlining is the City Walk Master Plan has already been approved with a unit cap, it has a layout of units throughout the project area, and has its own development design guidelines. Given the changes in state law, objective design standards, there's not a lot of discretion in terms of approving projects. And so we took we took the opportunity to include this into the development agreement for these two project sites. It only applies to these two project sites because it's only tied to the development agreement. Any future streamlining would have to come under a separate action. So this went to Planning Commission on the 1st and 15th. And the comments that came back, there was a recommendation for approval with council consideration of the following comments. One was to clarify the zoning administrator streamlining provision only applied to housing projects as anticipated by the housing element program. It also suggested splitting out the zoning administrator provision into a separate amendment to the development agreement rather than putting the two items together. Third option was, or third comment was to provide a little bit more history about Housing Element Program 22. The staff report touched on it, that these are obligations under the housing element. These were also information that was requested from HCD as part of our certification process. So again, it's something we've committed to, and how we go about implementing is still subject to debate. And then there was also a concern about zoning administrator hearings being at a time that's available to the public at large, and the city has the ability to adjust meeting times to be available for the greatest number of people. So if we wanted to do evening meetings for the zoning administrator, we could do that. So with that, receive the staff report, introduce the ordinances, waive readings, open public hearing, take public testimony, close public hearing, and after discussion set September 9th for adoption. I'm sorry that I rushed through that, but it's late.
Understand. Okay. Thank you for that report. So let's go to questions, clarifying questions from council before we go to the public hearing. Okay, I guess I'll ask a question. Can you just go back to the staff report and clarify why we didn't separate this out as recommended by the Planning Commission for the zoning administrator to do another amendment? Is this just because we'd have to amend the same things we're amending tonight, and we just have to do it in a separate session?
Well, so right now, the two are combined in a single action for each of the development agreement amendments. If there's a desire to entertain them as separate topics, we would need a new amendment to process them separately. The other option you could do, and I'll defer to the city attorney, is you could recommend removing the zoning administrator provisions and go forward with the amendment related to the housing transfers, and then direct staff to come back with a separate amendment to deal with the zoning administrator streamlining. Or if you don't support that, you can tell us that. There's a couple of different options, but right now, the Planning Commission gave a general recommendation. We weren't sure if the the council was supportive of that or not. So we're looking for direction from the council as to how you want to proceed, whether you want to entertain it as proposed or modify it.
Right. Okay. And I'll come back to this in a second. The other one is just clarify from the staff report. There was a recommendation from the Planning Commission to specify this only applied to the housing portions. And I think during the Planning Commission meeting, they were talking about other, their development agreement talks about other things too, but what we're really talking about, or no, not the development agreement, but all the project and proposals and things like that may cover other things, but the development agreement is specific to housing or something like that.
Well, the development agreement, let me step back. The streamlining of it through the zoning administrator was actually silent on whether it was housing or any project within the City Walk Master Plan program. The housing element program is specific to housing. The whole point of it, and the fact that it's in the housing element is to streamline housing projects. So
yeah,
one could make the extension that because the development agreement says consistent with the housing element program, it only applies to housing projects, or we could clarify it.
Okay.
It wasn't the intent necessarily to say all approvals, but it's trying to meet the intent of that housing program.
Okay. All right. I mean, I think from my perspective, and I know we've still got other questions, still got a public hearing, but I guess maybe it's more of a statement well, a request for you to clarify, because the way I read the packet, when it's calling for streamlining, program 22 calling for streamlining subsequent city approvals, I'd like some kind of an assurance that our zoning ordinance already allows what is now being documented in the development agreement in terms of the process, meaning that the zoning administrator already has the authority now to approve projects. And also, there's the authority of the planning commission to do a call for review, or the city council to do a call for review on projects. So that, like, this is not anything new. It's just that the zoning administrator has traditionally kicked things that are complex up to the planning commission for consideration. And if it were so complex, something that came before the zoning administrator, that would likely be still be the outcome. It's still going to go to the planning commission.
Again, it's at the discretion of the zoning administrator, but I wouldn't foresee a situation if there's some controversial project that they would want to take on that burden themselves without sharing the workload with the planning commission. In terms of a clarification, the text where it says all future development projects, you could easily add all future housing development projects would get to the point of that. But again, this only applies to the 1A and 3A portions of the City Walk project. These are the only development agreements that we're amending at this point in time. And majority of those projects have already been approved in those areas. There may be future modifications, and that would be a judgment call at that point as to whether to process them administratively or kick them up to the planning commission.
Okay. All right. Those are my questions. Council members?
So,
go ahead.
Lauren, could you please go back one, the planning commission recommendations there? So I just want to make sure.
Yeah, so I think question one could be resolved by just adding housing to that, as I mentioned, in a potential edit. Question two is probably the larger issue as to whether or not you want to include this, split it out, or just deal with it all in one amendment.
Okay, so the one here, do we need to specify that this is the housing projects specifically like 1A and 3A?
Well, this development agreement is only applicable to 1A and 3A. It's
but-
limited by design.
So we don't need to
You don't need to
specify that.
specify it here.
Okay, just want to make sure.
But what you could do is say all future housing development applications contemplated. And that's on my packet, or page 4 of the agreement. In the bold text.
Oh, sorry, packet page?
Again, mine doesn't match yours. Mine's 186.
For us, 199, at least for me.
Page 4 of the agreement.
Yeah, 4 of the agreement.
And it's section 4.3 or section 2, or well, 4.3, and then it goes below the 4.3 reference.
Life of the project.
These two paragraphs are what are being changed.
So all future housing development applications contemplated within the scope of the City Walk Master Plan approvals. And again, this only applies to 1A and 3A because that's the only area that these two development agreements apply.
Yeah.
So it's really just the addition of that one word in section 4.3. Well, section
Section 2.
Section 2.
But below the reference to section 4.3.
Yeah, okay. All right, other questions?
I'm good.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, my gut tells me, I mean, I've seen. Yeah. My gut tells me just knock it all out at one time, but let's, how about if we get if there's no other questions, we get a motion to open the public hearing, introduce the ordinance, waive the reading, read by title only, and ordinance City Walk Development Agreement amendments for Bishop Ranch 1A and Bishop Ranch 3A.
I move the motion.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second.
And just to be clear, that is two separate ordinances that we're introducing here.
Yeah, introduce the ordinances.
There we go.
Yes. Okay, public hearing is open. And our first speaker card, please.
Shirag Kathrani.
Hello, Mayor and council members and city manager. So there are many problems in this particular amendment. One of the key part is if the zoning administrator takes over more authority than the planning commission, then what's the purpose of planning commission? And if you have seen the notes of previous planning commissioner Eric Wallace here mentioned that if this is allowed, then this is going to repeat in every other project where sunset is involved. And we have seen this in the last planning commission meeting in August 5th, when the measure where the super majority is being taken away, as well as the number of meetings suggested are being reduced from 3 to 1. So this does not give any public opinion to even present. If there's one meeting and there is no response, then everything gets approved regardless. So I would strongly object in this particular, as well as you have seen number of people who have sent out comments saying like, please do not take away the authority of the planning commission in this particular projects or any other projects, regardless of whatever situation it is. We have never been, I had spoken about this even in the planning commission. In the planning commission, I had asked a very key question. Give us an example where the streamlining was necessary, where the planning commission took so much of time or any project was delayed because of that. There was not a single example given. So if there's no reason to do it, why should we do it? The section 2 should be rejected strongly. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next comment, please.
Believe she left. Pam Wallace submitted a speaker card for this item, and that was the last speaker card. And then we did receive 4 written comments from Carol Gilbert, Cynthia Kiefer, Sue Sanchez, and Brian Swanson.
Okay, and thank you. And I acknowledge those public comments. I've read them. Basically, they're saying keep the planning commission with oversight authority. Don't allow the zoning administrator to approve projects. Reject the changes of 9.4 is sort of the summary as I read those. Okay. If there's no other public comment in the public hearing, can I get a motion to close the public hearing?
I move the motion to close the public hearing.
Second. Okay, we have a motion and a second. Burrows and Adler. Okay, public hearing is closed. Matters before the council And maybe if I could just turn to the city attorney on this one as well. Are we not trying to align some legal requirement, something that's in our housing element, program 22, and we're trying to really document that and align our these development agreements with that? Or can you clarify sort of the legal aspect of this?
I think it would be better described as aligning with the intent of the plan and what the state intends for us to do in terms of streamlining these types of developments.
Okay.
Whether or not it's a strict legal requirement to vest that authority in the zoning administrator is that I wouldn't say that it's technically a legal requirement.
Okay. Well, as I read I went back and I read the zoning ordinance, and as I read it, it said it already gives the zoning administrator all the same authority that's just being documented here. I mean, the zoning administrator right now can call any project or handles any project unless they decide not to handle any project. And
I
they're still
don't
gonna
see
get
that it
public
changes
hearing.
anything, no.
Say again?
I apologize. I didn't mean to talk over you. I don't see that it changes anything.
Yeah, and there's still a requirement for a public hearing, so the public still has opportunity to weigh in.
Right. I was just,
Yeah.
gonna-
Okay.
I was just going to say that on page 1D, just above planning commission review, it says right there, nothing associated with the streamlined review process shall limit the ability of the public to appeal the decision of the zoning administrator or limit the planning commission / city council's ability to initiate a call for review consistent with section D7-8 and D7-11 of the zoning code. So there's still an opportunity for weigh-in by all involved. If there's concern, they can certainly intercede.
And I think the only thing I'm trying to get a little more clarification on is I think that all that authority is there, and I agree with you. We could still do the call for review, which is kind of like an appeal kind of thing. Pull it up. Planning commission can do the same from the zoning administrator, but it sounds like nothing's really changing to me. We're just documenting this in these development agreements. Just based on the fact that we're dealing with 1A and 3A, and pretty much everything is done on these anyway. So that's my read on these things. But I don't know if that's a fair capture, Lauren.
I think it is a fair capture. I mean, we have an opportunity to, again, demonstrate that we're being consistent with our programs. This is a document that relates to the City Walk plan. There's no good reason why we wouldn't acknowledge streamlining in it. And it gives us the ability to basically state that we've done this as part of our compliance efforts for dealing with housing element programs. So I do tend to agree that, there is a lot of authority already available to the zoning administrator. But again, there's a lot of judgment that goes involved along with that to make sure that, the planning commission is involved in important decision making.
Yeah, because that's the behind the scenes in the office stuff that we don't get to see is what's the thought process a zoning administrator goes through to determine when the zoning administrator takes action versus punting it to the planning commission for a fuller, more developed review.
Every project's different, so it depends on the nature of the project and potential impacts of the project on the community at large.
Okay.
And we did have this conversation during our housing element update, right? Did we?
It's in the housing element, and it was a recommendation of
Yeah,
APD to include it.
Yeah, we did. I think we talked about this during that time, if I remember right.
Yeah.
Or maybe I just read about it, but yeah, it is We already gone through this conversation.
And was this something that we came up with? Or is this something that HCD basically said, you need to do this if you want to get your housing?
There were
element?
several obligations that were put back to the city in terms of getting our housing element certified, and this was one of the recommendations of HCD that we include a program to streamline projects, in particular a project like City Walk that's already approved at the umbrella kind of level, and we have objective standards, and there's really not a lot of reason for multiple public hearings on it from their perspective. Now, that may be different from the planning commission, it may be different from the city council, but at the state level, they want to see housing production. And so,
Well, and they want to see the removal of barriers to housing production. And this could be seen as a barrier to have it too much administrative burden.
well, and with the acknowledgement in here is to say we're aware that streamlining is important.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Other questions or comments? I don't know. We've had the public hearing. Does anyone want to? I
have a comment.
Pull anything out, pull it out and separate it, or proceed?
I have a comment. I know legally and procedurally this is sound. I just have a problem with removing the oversight from planning commission. The optics of it, just there's something instinctively not right about this. And I just believe it doesn't change the process. We're also changing policy as well. And that's what I'm struggling with, is that we're removing a very important oversight. And if the residents see that, then we're gonna slowly erode that trust.
So
And
just for discussion, I don't see any removal of oversight of the planning commission.
It's right here.
It doesn't say remove oversight of the planning commission.
But you're giving it to
The ZA already has it right now. They already have the authority to approve these things.
So the process is already
and they
same process.
It's
Nothing
part of the housing program.
Then why have this amendment if it's the same process?
This is kind of going back to what the mayor was saying, to make it more formal, formalize that, but also as that little part that I read, it also provides the option for anyone who wants to pull it and has concerns, you can. So there's nothing that would allow the ZA can't, like if there's a concern, the ZA cannot unilaterally just proceed, because there is that option here.
Okay. I think it probably should have been written better.
All right.
I mean, go ahead, because it doesn't, I guess it doesn't matter.
I think just as a point of clarification, the policy authority actually exists in the zoning ordinance that gives the zoning administrator the authority to approve development plan amendments and development plans. The language in here doesn't say that the zoning administrator shall approve these projects. It gives the ability to that. It reinforces the ability that provision exists in our code. It's buried in a different code. It puts it into the development agreements, which are front and center related to these projects. And it's an acknowledgement of the streamlining process. Again, whether it'll actually change the process, I can't say. But again, it's really more documentation, and it's an opportunity to send a message to the state that we're taking streamlining seriously, and we put it into our policy documents related to this project, being the development agreement.
So what is the implication if we don't add this as part of this?
There's probably very little implication, because again, the streamlining isn't specific to zoning administrator. There are other ways of streamlining things. It's just at some point, we're going to have to document to the state how we're accomplishing the streamlining consistent with that policy. And one way is, well, we include it in development agreements and we've acknowledged it. Another way might be that, our track record is approving in one hearing or whatever. There's other ways of doing it because the policy of 22 isn't specific about saying zoning administrator shall streamline. It just says streamline, however we want to come up with it. So this is an opportunity to at least make a step in that direction. If it's not what the council wants to do, that's understandable as well.
You could say it's more of an affirmation of an existing policy in a written document specific to a development. So it's restating what we already have the ability to do
And
in a formal way.
specific to amendments to
Right.
BR1.
already approved DAs.
Yeah.
Correct.
And in one case, I think already approved project.
Well, there are
Yeah.
several approved projects already in there. Whether those will get modified in the future, I couldn't say, but we've had minor adjustments in the past, adding a unit, 2 units to related, I think it was, and little tweaks here and there as they get into development review. And, then those can be handled administratively either way. And we've done them administratively in the past.
So, Council Member Joanne, do you have any concern about it or just more? No concern, okay. Okay, in that case, I don't know, Mayor, I can move the motion.
Okay,
I think we can do individually, right? One by one?
well, let's see if we're going to do 2 here.
Yes, one separate motion for each ordinance.
Okay. So can I get a motion to continue the item and set ordinance approving the second amendment to the City Walk Development Agreement between City of San Ramon and Bishop Ranch Parcel 1A for adoption at City Council meeting scheduled for 9 September 2025? As amended with the housing language word included in section 2, section 4.3.
I move the motion.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Okay, that motion passes. And now for the next one, can I get a motion to continue the item and set the ordinance approving the third amendment to the City Walk Development Agreement between City of San Ramon, BR 3A and the Bishop Ranch Parcel 3A for adoption at City Council meeting scheduled on 9 September 2025 as amended?
I move the motion.
I'll second it.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Okay, that motion passes. And any other business on this item? Are we good, City Attorney, on that? Martin?
I believe that wraps this one up.
Okay. All right, well then, with that, we're to item 10, City Manager, City Council members' comments, matters initiated. Brevity would be appreciated.
All right, good evening, Mayor and members of the council. My update this evening, our summer season was successful and the rec guide will be in the mailbox for residents shortly. That concludes my presentation.
Okay. Thank you. All right, council members, I'll start down with council members Reinhardt.
July 24th, I attended the Library Foundation meeting. Very positive outcome with the Library Foundation, and we have our second jazz festival, I think, coming up later this year. Also attended July 29th, the State of the County Address with Supervisor Anderson as well. August 4th, the Senior Advisory Committee meeting. And August 5th was the National Night Out. I was fortunate to attend with Lieutenant Mark Gunning. And thank you to our officers and thank you to our residents who actually really put on a really spectacular event. So it was really good to see the community out together. Thank you.
All right, great. Thank you. Councilmember Adler.
Yeah, I would second that regarding National Night Out. I was very, went to 4 different neighborhoods, was very impressed with the kids, especially who approached the Corporal Bennington, who I drove with, and they just loved the stickers. He gave out the stickers, and the parents were like, "Make sure you say thank you," and they were just great. And I was impressed at the end with the Gale Ranch final neighborhood, which was just an amazing with all the food trucks, and so that was a great experience. Thursday, at the first part of my last couple of weeks, I was on vacation the first week, but the second thing I did was the Central Sanitation District, and really they were kind of hung up on one of the legislative. They indicated the legislature has been on recess since July 18th. They're coming back on August 18th. They were concerned about a discussion on AB 339, which has now moved over to the Senate, and having to do with requiring public boards to give unions no less than 60 days shortened from 120 days written notice before issuing quotes for renewing contracts. This could affect us here as well, but we're not sure if that's going to pass or not. Iron Horse Trail meeting yesterday. There was a election of chair. Nazarene Shakiran from Alamo was elected chair. Usama Farads from Pleasant Hill was elected vice chair. There was Chris Weeks was discussing the fact that we just opened up the Iron Horse, the bridge at Bollinger Canyon, and very proud for the city. And we were just indicated the way this whole contract went, and how there were just only 10 changes or change orders. Anyway, that was a great experience, as we all know. Crow Canyon is next. And there was one indication also about the fact that there'll be some dual tracking. I think the mayor already mentioned that. We do have, we had a Supervisor Anderson got $500,000 for that section of the trail from Bollinger up to Crow Canyon for some changes. I think there's going to be some, landscaping and develop a comprehensive plan to improve trail connectivity. So that money is going to go for a good purpose on the trail. That's all I have.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Rubio.
Okay, so I attended, since our last meeting, I attended 4 events, commitments. I attended Thursday, July 24th, the Contra Costa County Hazardous Waste Materials meeting. There was a presentation on how, with the marathon and some of the issues that have happened since the explosion that happened, and how we manage some of the waste from it regarding that. Then on Tuesday, with July 29th, I attended the State of the County with Supervisor Candace Anderson. For me, what really stood out was the fact that there was going to be cuts to funding for Medi-Cal. And that is very troubling to me, because that's going to impact all of us. I mean, some people think it's only people who need the insurance, but it's actually everyone. So Tuesday, August 5th, I attended, like everyone here, National Night Out. I got to go with Lieutenant Lacey, which was a lot of fun. She's always a lot of fun. We attended 3 events that evening. And then on Sunday, August 10th, I went to the Eagle Scout Court of Honor. Inia and Navia were awarded Eagle Scout rank. Both exceptional young ladies who are now moving on to the University of California at Santa Barbara and studying biological, something along the lines of, if I recall, because I studied neurobiology, but it's biological neuroscience along that vein. So it's really exciting to see all the great things they're doing. And yeah, that's it. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Vice Mayor Ross.
Oh, I just want to say thanks to Lieutenant Williams for giving me a ride for National Night Out, and thanks to all the community members for hosting events and sharing delicious food and all your feedback about the community. That's my update. Thank you.
Okay. And for me, I attended the PACE Tri-Valley Grand Opening ribbon cutting. PACE is the program for all-inclusive care for the elderly. This Tri-Valley program, this is sponsored by the Center for Elder Independence, and it serves our San Ramon seniors as well. It's a great new facility that's in Livermore. State of the county was mentioned. I also attended 2 Eagle Scout Court of Honors. One of them was for an all-girl troop, so two girl Eagle Scouts from Troop 126. The other one was Troop 874. Attended the last summer concert. There was a touch of class, Motown, R&B, funk, pop. Boy, it was fun. It was actually really good. People were having a great time dancing, as always. National Night Out has been mentioned. I went with Captain Becky Chestnut. Great time, as always. And then I also attended the Mayor's Conference meeting in Antioch on the 7th of August. Congressman DeSaulnier was the primary speaker, and he gave an update on things going on in DC and sort of the climate there. And last thing on last Friday, I went to the Innovation Tri-Valley Board meeting. They did a kind of a year in review, a lot of the great Tri-Valley innovative things. And then we did some brainstorming to help them put together their strategic plan for this upcoming year. And that concludes my report. So with that, it's been a long meeting. I appreciate everyone hanging in there. And this meeting is adjourned until the next meeting, 9 September. Thank you.
Good night.
Good night.